2025. Soon we will start with the presentation of the finalists. It's gonna take about 2 minutes, as you can see on the clock. So first we're gonna see the presentation of the finalists, and then we'll have 8 minutes observation for the boulders. And right after that, we're looking forward to an exciting finals. Great to have you all here again. We're grateful for 256 competitors in total yesterday. So for the U17 category it was 152. We will see 7 nations in this final for U17. And we're looking forward to what's going to happen. All right, so let's welcome the U17 female finalists from Switzerland. Julia Rasmussen, big applause, come on. Please welcome from France, Lou Omier, big applause. From Slovenia, Eva Škrlec. And from Austria, Graz, Anja Maya. Big applause. From Italy, Carolina Granarski. From Croatia, Mara Matutinovic-Bush. From Croatia, Marta Latinac. From Slovenia, Neva Pirš. From Czech Republic, Adela Podanska, big applause. And the one and only Jakoba Galta from Austria. It was her birthday yesterday. Okay, we go on with the boys. From Great Britain, Javier Sekam. From Poland, Konstanty Wlodarski. From Switzerland, Max Jakob. From Austria, Adrian Katan. From Slovenia, Matej Rajšek. From Italy, Matteo Tranquilli. And from France, Yvonne.
Hello and welcome to the IFSC European Youth Cup here in Graz at BLOC House. Next week we have the great Maximilian Lenz, one of the route setters in charge for the whole competition. Hello.
From France.
Hi Dave, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming and giving us explanations from the inside. Yes, we have had the presentation after the winner.
And from Graz, Austria, the one and only Chrissy Leitner.
5 flushes and 1 boulder in semi-final. That's pretty amazing.
Okay, I'd like to try this twice. I go a little bit from the protocol. Today, in most of European countries, we celebrate Mother's Day, and since we have a live stream, we might all together send
try again
A sign of love
to
to
give her
all our
best.
runners. I think it's
Then we have
20 good
Adela
positions
Bodanska
for
from
our
Czech
ponies
Republic,
on the men's right now.
Neva Pierce from
256.
Slovenia, Marta
Good
Latinac
resets
from
from
Croatia,
runners all over
Mara
Europe. So give a
Martinovic from
big
Croatia
applause
also,
to
who was
the
second last year in Graz. Remember she had a
finalists in
pretty
Europe.
brilliant performance. Then Carolina Gradasci from Italy, Anja Meyer from Austria, a very um, she climbs and trains here. Sorry, and we have Eva Skrelic from Slovenia, Lo Akai from France, Julia Rasmussen from Switzerland. Yeah, perfect. That's better. Thank you. On the men's side, we have Christian Leitner, who is also a house well-known person here from Austria, followed by the French Aristide Madrid-Alepart, from Italy Alessandro Sofia, France Ivan Lemagna, Matteo Tranquilli from Italy, followed by Matej Racek from Slovenia, Adrian Kazan from Austria, Max Jakob from Switzerland, Konstantin Wlodarski from Poland, Javier Sekham from Great Britain. And they are now doing the observation, and they have 2 minutes per observation, per boulder, sorry. And there has been some changes. There was some little tweaks they needed to do due to misunderstandings on the technical meeting yesterday, before the qualification. And maybe you can run us through what's going on, what are we seeing, Max?
Yeah, exactly. So there was a little misunderstanding about the isolation zone, and we got told that U17 and U19 will be in the isolation zone at the same time. So the boulders were planned to be fairly similar, but now plans changed, like it happens sometimes in route setting, and so we had to improvise a little bit, and yeah, we'll see how it works out.
We've seen the red boulder, that's the women's first boulder. What's the idea and what are they having to do? Can you run us through, please?
Yeah, exactly. So there's a kind of tricky starting position, and then you have to do a jump with a no text hold. It's like blocked by a little red one, and since this has no friction, you cannot stop it and have to go again to the next hold. That's quite good. And afterwards you get the zone, and you have to do a very tricky mantle up sort of thing to get the top.
For anybody thinking what the zone is, it's a 10 mark point. We have 2 marked points. We have 25 mark point, that's like previously mentioned at the top, and then we have 10 mark point somewhere in the middle of the boulder that was previously mentioned as a zone, what Maximilian was saying.
Exactly.
Just to be clarifying. Keep going us through, please.
And for the men's first boulder, we have sort of a starting position also with an overhead press, and then you have to reach into a 2-finger pocket. That's quite tricky to get your fingers into.
Yeah.
And then also powerful move to the hold number 10.
Yes.
And then already is the last move, so it's quite a short boulder, but the moves are really intense.
So there's a lot of committing movement and a lot of pretty show going on the 2 boulders. And how has been the whole week setting? I mean, you have been having 3 days, loads of testing, the conditions have been quite good. We're having a sunny day, pretty nice temperatures on the mat. Do you calculate those things? Is it played any role?
Yeah, exactly. It's always a little bit tricky because in setting days we are basically alone in the gym, and it's kind of cold. And then when it's competition day, if there are 200 people on the mats, it's getting warmer and warmer. So the slopers don't have the best friction, and we try to take that into account. And yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Yeah. And you yourself are an international athlete. You're a professional climber. This is your first international competition as a route setter. You're already a national route setter. But how has been the other side of the coin? You have been already in European Cups, in Youth Cups, and in World Cups. How does this differ from each other, and how is your side as a route setter in this moment?
It was really, really interesting. It was definitely something different again, and it's it's incredible how much work we put into these boulders, and it's even we have more time and more people to work on it, and it's not always makes it easier. Like you have more decisions to make, and you feel like there's more at stake. Yeah, I'm a little nervous, but also really excited.
Yeah, well, it's good. I think that you're nervous because that it shows that you care about it. I mean, those emotions are also important. And then we say two Austrian athletes. On the left we have Christian Leiner, and the right side we have Adrian Nathan, having a look at the boulders and deciding, okay, what are we gonna do? Can you tell us maybe something about those two athletes, because you have been training with them, you know them pretty well from the inside, and yeah, you probably have counted them when building the boulders.
Yeah, exactly. And Christian is a local climber from here, from Graz. He trains in Blockhouse, and he's like sort of a lead specialist, but like
I would not say that to the comparison that he did.
he won
5
qualis,
flashes
so
and 1
I think
ball
it's
in
just a
first try.
statement like what an incredibly talented climber he is. So I think he's even better in lead, but he's still winning in bouldering.
Wow.
And I really hope that it also will work out fine for him in finals.
Yeah.
And Adrian is also a really good climber. He's really a good technical climber. He knows how to move, and he's like really good in like figuring out moves really fast. So
Yeah.
excited to see him try.
Yeah, I guess he was more preparing for lead climb, like you said, and he didn't take part in Soro in Portugal. But wow, what an amazing appearance on your first European Youth Cup of the year. Just 6 tops, 5 flashes and 1 ball in third try in the qualifying round. And yeah, we're going to start very soon. Maybe we can have a look at different angles from all the boulders just to have a go and try to read them, show you what's gonna be happening on these 2 rounds. The team from Route Setters was counted between 8 people. We have Anna Dulatze from Georgia, Paul Steinwender from Austria, Alina Wojna from Austria, Maximilian Lenz sitting next to me, Jack Grestoffer, and I didn't get the name of the Czech Republic.
Yeah, it's František Danda.
František Danda, thank you. Who were that was the whole setting team, and yeah. Also, we are having the head resetter Alexander Romanovsky, who was taking care of all the organization as well as setting. On the whole camera team, we have David Chickbrugger, Laura Bunchu, and Tom Excel, providing you the best images and sound we can get here in Blockhouse for the European Youth Cup 2025. So let's see if we can see some different angles as we see the athletes transitioning from boulder to boulder. For anybody who is kind of new to bouldering and to this sport discipline, we have a start with 4 tapes. That means every limb has to be touching one of those holes. If there's a hole with 2 tapes, then they can use 2 limbs, and how they distribute the limbs is up to them. Then they have to kind of get a solid starting position, kind of stable position, and from there on they can start climbing. Somewhere in the middle they get some points for 1 boulder, for 1 hole that they touch. They have to utilize that hole. There is not enough to just touch it or to reach to it, and that's a 10 mark. And if they get to the very top, they get awarded a 25 points. But remember, you have to touch both hands and you have to control the stable position at the top. Only when the judge tells you that they have got the 25 mark, then they are awarded the points. And there's a 4 on for 4 boulders, and after these 4 boulders it's over and we have points. It gets a bit more complex due to attempts, but this we will keep going as soon as the rounds go on. My name is David Patterson and I'm here sitting with Maximilian Lenz, and here we have kind of a different angle. We see some other boulders. I think we see women's 3 on the left far back. That's a red boulder. Maybe you can tell us something.
Yeah, I think it's women's 2.
Sorry, women's 2. Thank you.
It's kind of a powerful problem. Now?
But we're gonna bring you soon. We have to show you some displays of some of our sponsors and some of yeah. We will be back in 2 minutes with you.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
the top hold is quite chuggy, but only if your body position is like on the right of the hold, and like you start from the very left, and it's tricky to stay in the wall for so long until your
Yeah.
body position switches.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. If he would like stand only with the right foot, it would be slightly easier, because then he already starts like his body position is already a little bit more on the right, and he does not need that much time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's a big committing move, right? Your whole body is swinging to the right, and already on the upper side of the wall. But let's see, another go. He still has what, 1 minute 30. Remember, 4 minutes per boulder. They have not seen. They have seen the boulder previously on isolation, on observation, and they have had some discussions with some of the colleagues and some of the competitors. What methods are best? Yeah, some tactical issues. I think he's really showing quite a good tactic display, not jumping straight into the boulder, taking some time to recover. And that's very, very important. You want to be fresh. You want to give your best on every single attempt, and not go second after second just on a try, just to try to reach the top. Otherwise, you're going to get really fatigued, and probably you're not going to be getting as high as the previously attempt. But
Exactly.
let's see what Sekham can do.
And it's also really important for the athlete, since it's only the first boulder, to not like stress or start rapid firing attempts, because you also have 3 boulders to go. So you need to be really like you have to preserve some energy. And but still,
I love the kind of angle they put for this,
Yeah.
and really good display of images here in Blockhouse from the camera team. And unfortunately no top from Javier Sekham from Great Britain, but he managed to get a zone, and that's going to be also points awarded. Remember, you want to get the maximum amount of points. We're going to let you go, Maximilian. Thanks a lot for your time and for your insights, and I hope the round goes well.
thank
yeah.
you, Dave, and
Maybe
have fun commentating.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And that was Maximilian Lenz, route setter and national athlete from Austria. And soon to us is going to be coming a very nice person, good athlete. She competed yesterday on the qualifying round. Her name is Fenia Cherner. She is the daughter from the CEO here in Blockhouse, and a very talented athlete. Have had the pleasure to work with her, and we're gonna welcome her very, very soon. And on the second athletes, we have Lo Aclair, who just managed to get the 10-point zone from France, and we have Konstantini Wlodarski from Poland. Hello, Penny.
Hello.
How you doing?
Great.
1 second, I'll just get the microphone. Cool. And then we see another top from the French athlete who managed to secure, I believe this is as a flash too. It's not been actualized yet on our scores, but we'll see very soonly. Yeah, how was the round yesterday, and what are we? You have some compatriots on the finals. You have Anya Maya, who you train with.
Yeah, she's a great athlete.
But you are too. You were yesterday 31st from 70 female athletes. That's a very, very impressive round for your first European Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Were you very nervous yesterday?
Yesterday it was okay, but the day before was very bad.
Yeah. Do you have some kind of ritual or something you went through in your mind in order to calm down?
Not really. I just do my usual warm-up routine, listen a little bit to music,
That
and just calm myself down.
yeah, that sounds like a really good way of doing it. We've seen here Konstantin Flodarski. He was in Blockhouse last week, doing some boulders. Of course, not on the qualifying boulders, but yeah, let's see what he can do. He was very good on the coordination. This is more like a kind of a powerful boulder. We have seen already Sekam, who managed to get the 10 jump and didn't quite commit to the top move. Yeah.
I think the top move is very hard because you can't really see where the holder is.
It's a little bit of a blind jump, right? You don't exactly know where the good part of the hold is.
Yeah.
And
It's like hidden behind. Oh, I think they turned it around a little bit.
yeah. Now you have to kind of really reach to the right side in order to use the direction of load, but he didn't kind of like meet the sweet spot of the hold. There's a very good pocket, but you have to be accurate with your hand. And taking a rest. He has a bag full of things. Maybe you can tell us, what do you take there? What is your normal way to go?
Sometimes I also have a bag, but usually I just take my chalk bag, my shoes, a water bottle, and some liquid chalk and tape, and my brushes. But I don't think you're allowed to use your own small brushes.
Yeah. For those competitions, you are only allowed to use what's here. And yeah, 30 seconds going for the Polish athlete. Let's see if he can get anything else out of this boulder. Reaching statically to the pocket. And it's a very committing move. But he tried something different. Quite didn't work. It looks like a kind of an awkward position, to be honest, to be jumping to the top move.
Yes, because you don't really have. I don't think the footholds are too good.
No.
Rather slippery.
Yeah, and if anybody's thinking why is there some black tape, you're allowed to touch the black tape, but you're not allowed to hold anything, or you're not allowed to touch anything further than the black tape, because they're very strong, and maybe you can use any corner or any upper part in order to help themselves get into the top. So therefore they have taped those edges. And next to we have Iva Škrelek from Slovenia and Jakob Max from Switzerland. Sorry, I just had a little cold and therefore I'm a little bit blocked on the nose. There you are, back again. So far we have seen 2 flushes on the women's side, not the best we want to see. We want to see some kind of difference, people falling on different parts. But sometimes it is like that. You see 2 athletes doing really well, and then it doesn't mean that everybody's going to come so high.
Yeah, but so far it looks really good for Eva.
Yeah, she looks dominating on the boulder. And also we have kind of a glance to the second boulders. That was the kind of swing that Max was building, and looking really spectacular onto the no text. And also we see Julia falling from the top. Oh, different method going on. And it's been a top awarded. I think there's going to be some appealings because he didn't look very controlled at the end. But the judge had her hand up. So that's a top for the Swiss athlete, Jakob Max. And there we see Javier just sticking the jump. It's a long way to the top. We were there before the mats.
Yeah, as you said, he's landing on the slippery part of the volume.
Yeah. There's no texture on the white part that you see. And on the edge of the volume, they have put some no texture holds in order to prevent the manta from happening. They didn't do it, but they were quite unsure. They were quite sure that some people could do it if they didn't do anything about it. And both athletes taking a bit of a rest. He's been very high up on both boulders. That can get in your head. What do you do when you have been getting to the top, but not quite managing to get it? Do you do any kind of breathing, any kind of like self-talk? What do you do, if any?
I usually, to keep myself from going into the boulder too early, I try to brush every hold and just go through how I did the boulder before, and just, yeah, that's basically my routine.
And both athletes falling down. Julia didn't make the reach. You want to be high up. You don't want to reach this pinch move, this pinch hold with your arm straight. You want to be a bit high up, so your bicep, your shoulder, everything is engaged. Otherwise, you're gonna not kind of engage everything, and the whole body is gonna suck. And there's gonna be a little momentum. You have to compensate a lot with the strength. But yeah, any kind of like, if you get to the top and there's like some, oh my god, I cannot do it, or it can get nervous. It can be really frustrating time. Any advice for anybody listening who is competing?
I think the best advice is just keep calm. You know you've done it before. You can do it again if you get that high up. Because my problem most of the time is that I fall too early again because I get too excited. But you know you can do it. You've done it again. So yeah.
Oh, there you are.
That
He
was
stuck
cool.
He was much more precise with the foot. He didn't land so much on the slippery part, but he landed on the textured part of the volume. And that was a really good performance by Sekam Javier, who managed to get it, I think, on his third attempt or fourth attempt. Once he had stuck the first part, he definitely managed to get the second. He managed to get it afterwards also, so pretty good. Third attempt zone, I think he needed 2 more tries for the top. But we're going to see now fellow athlete from yours, Anja Meyer, and we also have Adrian Katan, both from Austria. And there we see the young athlete. Maybe you can tell us something about her.
Like Anya and I trained together since we were very small kids, and I've seen her develop. She's had huge, really good improvements. Yeah, she's a very good slab and coordinational climber. So.
Oh,
my
she stopped
God,
it.
she's sticking. Close one from Adrian.
She definitely stuck on an obsession flat hold with no texture. We have not seen anybody stopping it. Everybody kind of like pushed through. And now the mantle. Looking very good here. Going for a different kind of option. And very flexible athlete, a lot of mobility. Not using the blue jib, and this is going to be a flash for Anja Meyer, who managed to get to the top very, very well and smoothly into the first boulder. And Adrian also got really high up. Unfortunately, didn't do the top, but we have seen already a cheat. Let's see how many people can figure this out. Because you can span out your right hand to the very top, and you don't have to commit to this very dynamic move. Very physical athlete, and I think he's gonna try again. He tried to stay low. Wow, and that was a lot of tension from the French athlete, from low Eclair. Unfortunately, not quite managing at both hands there, but really good from her. Very, very good first try. And the slope at the penultimate hold, that is not a very good hold, but you can bring a lot of direction with those holds. The texture is very, very good, right?
Yeah, I love slopers, so that's kind of one of my favorite holds.
Yeah. 1 minute 42, let's see. Maybe Adrian getting a little bit nervous.
I think he's one of those athletes that can stay calm very much, because he's also a very good lead climber. And in lead climbing, you really need to get yourself together sometimes, because you only have one try.
Yeah. When do you change your method? I mean, like, he's tried now 3-4 times the same idea and got really high up, but do you think there's a little bit you need to be creative when you get up there?
I think you definitely need to have some creativity, but if I feel like it's really going to work, I try one method for a bit longer. But if I feel like it doesn't work at all, then I change pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's a fair point, because it can feel really good to do something, and you feel closer and closer because you're getting used to the move. Your muscle memory is getting used to it, and to change for a new thing, it's a hard thing to do. Oh wow, doing a cheeky toe hook on the left. And with the men's too, you have to be very precise with your landing. That was a lot better. Now he really understood where to land with the feet, and he didn't do the first. Yeah, there you are. Remember, you have 4 tips on the upper volume. You have to tip with your feet, and he really wants the zone. If you can get the zone, those are 10 points, very valuable for the overall score. He was going now for the cheat, for the mantle, but unfortunately nothing going on. And we're gonna jump now with Carolina Gradasci from Italy, which was 23rd in Sole. And on the men's side, we have Matej Rajšek from Slovenia, who was 6th in Sole. Very good performance he did on the first European Youth Cup of the year. Remember, we are on the second one, on the European Youth Cup tour. And so far, flashes overall. Some people try to get, manage to get to the top easier than other people. But so far we want to see, I mean, we don't want to see anybody falling down, but the first boulder could give a little bit more split of scores.
So we get some more exciting scores.
Yeah, definitely. And so far no top on the boulder number 2. Oh, there you are. That was our difference. Somebody didn't manage to get the first 10 mark point on the first go, so that's already a split of a score.
But that doesn't have to mean anything for her. She could still do the second.
Of course,
boulders.
we want the best for her. We want she to do a top, and we want her to do the best. There you are. Oh, that was looking a lot better. And from Slovenia, can he do it? So far, no tops on boulder number 1 on the men's side either.
Yes, we had
Sorry, one from the Swiss athlete, Jacob Max. Thanks for correcting. And we hopefully can see another top from Jakob, which managed to get a very early top on boulder number 2. Going really well, and we also have the first athletes on both women's and men's 3. Hopefully we're gonna bring you a camera up there so we can all go through it. There you are, and that's powerful boulders. We were at the bottom. Can you run us through this boulder, Fenia? On the men's side, what are we expecting from this boulder? Wow, that was a very flashy thing to do from Sekamp, who is looking very strong. Manages to get the 10-point zone, and from here is a slopey fest to the top. That looked very good.
Yeah, the slopes look really slippery.
Yeah. Those are the Onda made by Mauro Schwarzter, the IFSC European who cooperated with Squadra. And so far so good for the British athlete. Let's see where he's standing. Right now, first position for him with 24.6. I think the zone has been awarded but not actualized on our scores. Yeah, what about the women's 3rd boulder? What are we expecting for that boulder?
We were expecting like a camp that you have to jump with a little bit of momentum to the first hold. Maybe if you're tall and have enough body tension, you can just reach it without losing your feet. And then like campusing with using maybe your feet if you can reach the volume down there to the 10-point zone.
Oh, there you are. That's the body tension we talked about, and she stayed at the bottom.
But
jumping.
she did it with the different hand.
Yeah, she did with the left. We thought she was going to go with the right. And cross move, kind of a powerful move to the upper part, is a very bad hold. But let's see what Sekamp can do. It's a very long way. You have to kind of mantle on those slopers, and yeah, like you said, the friction is not so good. You're getting tired, and we don't know how much skin is left. How about you? How was the round yesterday? What did it cost a lot of skin? Do you think the athletes came out with good skin to the finals?
I actually expected it to be to take more skin, but my skin is still pretty good.
Okay.
And I've loved the boulders. They were so great.
Yeah, there was a lot of kind of like the start from blockhouse. I have to say, there was not many people setting from blockhouse as a national route setters, but the style, the kind of tricky style that we get on easier boulders, of course, not at this level, it was quite present on the qualification round. So it was really cool to see all the people from other countries were coming to set, kind of like a similar style.
Yeah.
And here we have Mara Matutinovic, the silver medalist from last year's European Youth Cup. And on the men's, we have Matteo Tranquilli from Italy, a very strong Italian athlete. And also we're having both Adrian and Anya on both second boulder. And let's see what the third boulder can give us. So far, we have had the Swiss athlete at the very top of the boulder, but no top so far on women's number 3. Remember, the second men's boulder has been twice topped. And let's see if we can see something from Adrian. Ooh, almost got the 10. And the Italian athlete on the very, very part of the boulder. This is Carolina Gardasci. Sorry, this is Lo Aclair.
The French athlete.
And
wow, she seems like she's got a lot of power.
a lot of power. Those holds are not good, and we were seeing loads of athletes, loads of route setters falling down there, and they can. And really good first start from Mara from Croatia. No problem for her. And let's see what the Constant T can do out of this boulder. If you can do the first man's boulder, it's already going to put you in a very, very good position. Because so far the only top from here is from Jakob, who managed to get him on the second top, the second attempt. And Anya going with the kind of like idea that you told me when we were observing the boulders.
But the way Lou made it look really easy when she did the toe hook and matching.
Yeah, that was a very cool idea. And Adrian not kind of getting it. The hold is so twisted that if you go in with too much momentum, you cannot stop it. It's like facing the opposite direction that you would like to have it. Anya going for a
completely different method.
Yeah, a good body tension, but when the feet come, it's going to be kind of a hard thing to build out.
Yeah, but that's also one of her strengths, finding weird methods that eventually work. Yesterday she was the one who found the great method with the toe hook, and afterwards everybody did it on the second A boulder. Even the U19 did it.
Yeah. And Adrian, there's a top. As soon as he got the 10 point, he managed to get the 25. Really well done from the Austrian athlete. And 30 seconds left for Matteo. Excuse me, my voice is a little bit rough at the moment. Yeah, he didn't really like the pocket. Kind of like a really power display. And Anya not changing the solution. Unfortunately, not going to be having any points on the second boulder. No zone for her. No 10 mark point. And coming onto the mat are going to be Neva Pierce from Slovenia. And on the men's side, we're going to have the second Italian athlete, Alessandro Sofia. We're also going to be seeing the last boulders, I believe. There's 4 boulders, a rotation. They have 4 minutes on the mats, 4 minutes an ISO, where they can rest, chill, And tune for the next boulders. What do you do in the ISO? Do you practice the other boulders that are gonna come? Do you try to do? Do you have any ritual to go through?
Usually I sit there, take off my shoes and just calm myself down. And maybe sometimes you're allowed to talk in the call zone after boulders. And sometimes I like try to ask other people like, how did you do it? How did you like the boulders?
No, we
Sometimes,
didn't
yeah,
much.
it kind of calms me down
Yeah.
to not to talk a little bit.
And we almost. Remember, no top on boulder number 2 on the women's side. But she was looking really good, really high up. Yeah. Do you talk about the different methods that you had, or what language do you use? Do you use English? Do you use German? Do you use Spanish?
When in our Austrian cups, usually everybody speaks German, so I usually talk in German. But if there's international comms, I also talk English with the people because otherwise they won't understand me.
Yeah, makes sense. And we have seen now the 4th boulder on the slab for Sekam Javier and also Julia Rasmussen. Pretty elegant slab with a very basic move, which is a foot swap, but very, very tricky move.
Yeah. It can also be pretty scary if you're already high up and you know you don't have anything to hold on to, only your foot's on such a small hold.
Yeah, and there you are, very good from the I believe this Croatian athlete, Marta Latinak. And good fall and good attempt from the French athlete Ivan Lemagner.
Didn't his brother win 2 years ago? I think
you might be right.
He won at BLOC 2 years ago.
And a good top for Marta. We lost signal. Hello, we lost signal.
Hello?
Hello? Okay, we having a little bit of difficulty with our headphones, but hopefully you can hear us well. Yeah, Fenia, let's go for the 4th boulder. Now we have a really good shot there. And there we see the zone, the 10-mark point by Sekam Javier.
Oh, he's trying a different method.
And also he's trying a different method. 25 seconds. The Slovenian athlete, can he do it in 20 seconds? It's gonna be very exciting. And unfortunately doesn't get the top. But yeah, we've seen a lot more selection on the next boulders coming in, and unfortunately also for the Italian athlete Carolina Gradasci, no top on the 2nd boulder of the round. Jumping to the mat, we're going to have from Slovenia Neva Pierce, and now yes, Alessandro Sofia.
Now we're with the Austrians again.
The Austrians again on boulder number 3. And all the athletes trying to brush every single hold. Remember, they get really slippery, and the more the chalk builds up, the harder it is to get the friction in those holds. And no problem for the Slovenian athlete on the 1st boulder. Also the footholds are getting worse as the more you are standing on top of them. And he going more for the dynamic option. We have seen so far people getting pretty statically to the man's 1st pocket, and he trying to jump there. I think that was what the athletes with the root setters were expecting, more like a dynamic move. No problem for the Italian athlete, for Tranquilli, who having a really, really good go on the boulder number 2. They thought at the beginning that you could kind of span out to this first one and like he's doing kind of like heel hook. But I think they moved it so far that you cannot do it. Let's see if he can prove us wrong. Oh, and he managed to span it out.
Wow.
And from here, no problem to the top. He's very happy about that. Matteo Tranquilli with another top on boulder number 2. Really good, and let's see if Anya can do anything on this third boulder. Alessandra Sofia can have like make a little bit of massage to the on the forearms. There you are. Doing the Houdini match. There you are, no problem. But I think I hope he didn't injure himself. He's not feeling so well on his forearm. Remember, it's a very fingery move. He puts a lot of pressure and tension to your forearms, and hopefully he has not injured himself. There's nothing wrong with that forearm, but he's not looking very comfortable. And now we're gonna have a really good look at this fourth women's boulder. Fenia, can you run us through?
It's like a kind of a slab style boulder. You have huge volumes, very good footholds.
The first, sorry to interrupt you, first top on boulder number 2, I think there was Mara Matutinovic, very, very strong, and unfortunately I think the Italian athlete is injured. I'm not sure he's going to be carrying on. He looks a little bit gutted, loads of people around him. The chief, the IFSC jury president, Dave Soutens from Belgium, being with him. But yeah, sorry, runs through back to the fourth boulder on the women's side.
Well, you have good footholds and you kind of have to cross through at the beginning and then lean very far to the 10-point zone hold. And yeah, at the top you have to like press and keep your balance, like Lou's doing right now, and then do like a jump to top. Yeah, and I don't think it's too good. She's making it look really easy, but it's not that good of a hold.
That looked very, very, very good. And remember, you're not allowed to use the right wall. If anybody's thinking, why didn't she just kick through? Because there's a black tape, so you have to jump and hold the tension. And like you said, the overhead press looked very, very easy. In climbing, we're seeing more overhead presses in the competitions. Are you specifically training something like on a fitness studio or something like that?
Like we do some power training, but in climbing, we do specifically just like finger crimp training, and then sometimes, like usually once a week, we go to a power trainer, and we train our endurance, our leg power, like basically like everything.
Yeah. I guess there's different trainings, which the training that you do on the gym, on the climbing gym, it's not covering, so you have to go to specifically different place in order to do leg training and all the other things required for competition climbing. Remember, competition climbing is not only about finger power, and in ideal forms we want to see climbers being good on every single aspect: mobility, power, and wow, that was a display of coordination from the French athlete Evan Le Magnin.
They make it look so easy.
Yeah, that was really, really good. And we also have, I believe this is Jakob on the slab. Remember, he has, I believe, 2 tops.
Yes, 2 so far.
He got a zone on the third boulder, so sitting currently in first position with 69.8 points. And the Slovenian athlete going for this cross foot method. Remember, it looks easy when they do it, but the wall is not as slab as it looks like. It's more like a slightly overhanging.
Yeah, it's just because of the big volumes, you can stand in there.
And the zone hole, remember, you have to utilize it, move your hips, move your feet, kind of like do something with it. Looking very good here. She's opting for a cross, and the French athlete Aristide Madri Alepat not quite getting the top. We only have seen one top, and that was from Jakob, which managed to cheat it, going for a different method. Remember, there's an intended method, but there's no clear method that you always have to follow. If you're very creative like Jakob was, you can get through to the top. That's the important thing. And Marta Latinac, which managed to get to the very upper part of the wall, didn't quite stick the pinch move. So far we have seen only one, and that was her compatriot Mara Matutinovic, sorry. And wow, display of power by the Italian athlete on the crimp. Here we see her on the left bottom corner, but unfortunately falls down, slips out. And so far no top on the slab on the fourth boulder. Let's see if Jakob can do something. Oh wow, that was an epic jump
From the French athlete,
yeah.
trying it with both hands. I think moves like that can be pretty scary, pretty intimidating, so high up. And then you have to jump there with both your hands, and the hold is not too good. Oh, he's trying the toe hook.
And he was statically jumping, like moving himself through the hold. We saw on the previous week, where they were setting, this was possible, but they thought it would be quite hard to do. And looking very hard to the top. Remember, you want to use the right foot hold and kind of like press, like go from a pull to a press on the right hand, and make height in order to get to the top. It's not a very good hold, but you have to go to the very back of it. And last athletes onto the mats, I believe.
Yeah, the winners from the qualification round.
Two very strong Austrians. We have Christian Leitner from Graz, and we have Jakoba Rauter from Austria, from Tyrol. Yeah, what can you tell us about them? You train with him, you know her. What are them?
Like, I know, like Jakoba, she doesn't train with me, but I know her from comms. She's a really nice person and a really strong athlete. She's confident, and she kind of always keeps herself together. Like, I think in some way, most of girls in our age group kind of want to be like her. She's like a real role model in our age.
Nice.
And Chrissy is just, he's got so much power, and he's just a really good climber. Also in rock climbing.
Yeah, he already reached 9A, 9A plus slash recently on this year, and he developed a lot. I mean, he doesn't like so much the coordination, but he's still very, very good, and he managed to do 5 flashes on the qualification round. Nobody managed to get the same score. Same for Jakoba, very strong athletes.
Reaching it.
And she won last year on Graz, so she wants to repeat that. He didn't have the quite good start as last year in Sure, but nevertheless a very strong athlete, and I'm sure she's going to keep herself well together with a lot of confidence, going for the same method that Anya was doing. Probably they read it together, and I was seeing a first top on the slab from Adrian Katan. Really, really, really good from the Austrian athlete.
And Jakoba's also having a top. She almost had a perfect qualification round with flashing every boulder, only but one.
Second try also.
Yeah, second try.
Super impressive.
And it was her birthday, so I think she had a great day.
And yeah, let's see, because I think Adrian is now sitting on second position, only athlete to top boulder number 4. That's really cool. We see different tops on different boulders, and that's what we see. Christian looking a little bit gutted, not quite satisfied with his first boulder. Hopefully he's gonna kind of reset and find a new solution for the top. Remember, they are not allowed to get any info, any head from the coaches. The coaches are there for them in case they get injured, in case they need anything. But they can only cheer them up, same as all the people watching. They have to find out themselves. If somebody else did something else, it's up to them to find it out. Nobody can tell them anything.
In qualifications, they were allowed to tell us stuff, but in finals, you have to figure out.
Yeah,
what
that's
to
the
do yourself.
new format. Qualification, they can see, they get even videos with the boulders climbed. But here, it's all about them finding their own solutions. And good goes from the Slovenian athlete, looking pretty strong. And that's Neva Pierce from Slovenia, who managed to get the 10 zone. Can she do it? Come on, get high up. And not very looking super powerful at the top.
I think this hold, it only really gets good if you try to get as high up as possible.
And we're seeing Alessandro struggling with that injury that he has on his forearm. And the same with Christian, no top.
Anya's
But
really
Anya
close.
made the top on Monday number 4, and she's really happy about that. Let's see where she's sitting after this top, because that's going to put her on a really good score.
Third place.
Third place. It's a dangerous position to be in, because there's a lot of athletes still with many boulders to climb, but nevertheless, 2 tops, 59.6, sitting on the same score with Mara. Mara has to still come out, and remember, due to comeback, Mara would be higher up, but let's see what's going to happen, because loads of athletes are still to come. There you are. We have the women scores at the moment, and the kind of like position. And first we have Lou Eclair with 3 tops, followed by Mara Matutinovic with 2 tops and 3 zones, and Anna Maya with 2 tops and 3 zones too.
Now Boulder 1 stays empty because all the athletes already
Came out.
and tried it. And yeah, now they just move on to the next boulder, and Boulder 1 stays empty.
And so far no top on boulder number 3. Let's see if the French athlete can do it. That unfortunately falls out. We are seeing there maybe has been an appeal, but Jakob just jumped onto the first boulder on the men's side. He has to wait. We don't know exactly why, but
Yes,
yeah.
they took it away from. I think I know why, because when I saw it, I already thought about it. When he reached up to match the hold, he like put his arm over the black tape, I think, but I wasn't sure if he was just having it in the air or really touched the black tape and went over it with his hand.
Yeah, and the top for the Italian athlete, that was Carolina Gradasci with the top on boulder number 4. Yeah, like you were saying, Penny, he was like kind of flying, and he kind of got to the over part of the black tape. But he knows what to do, and there you are.
Yeah,
And now he's really going for it.
Oh.
Like you said, he's really trying not to get his hand over the black mark.
But with his top on the second boulder, he's still in second position. Oh, maybe we're gonna see. I think this is the only boulder we haven't seen a top on.
Yeah, and it looks like a really far way out. I think this is Mara, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, Mara Matutinovic. We have seen already a top on boulder number 3 on the women's side. From the
I think it's
from Carolina. No, sorry, from Lou. She managed to do it on her second attempt. But yeah, kind of a hard round. I mean, we're seeing tops, but not everything has been topped, which is really good. And 1 minute left for Jakob. Let's see if he can keep his nerves together and get to the top. It's kind of like a awkward position to get to the matching hold because you have this black tape. Come on, Jakob. And it's kind of a really, really tensiony way.
Now he's really fighting. You can yeah, you can see that he really wanted to get that top.
He's looking not that fresh anymore, and the French athlete falling out on this very exciting top. Oh wow. I'm always amazed when I see those athletes falling on such awkward positions that nobody gets injured. I mean,
yeah, I think it's way scarier watching other people fall than falling yourself. Because if you fall yourself, I usually don't, like afterwards people tell me that was really a really bad fall, and I'm like, oh, but if I see other people fall, I see how they land on their arms and elbows.
Yeah, and we saw a big shout of frustration from Jakob Mark, who didn't manage to top the boulder again after the appeal from any of the other trainers, maybe judges. It's a pity because that was the only top for boulder number 1, but the rules are the same for everybody. And let's see, next rotation, the 2 favorite athletes from the qualification round, the house name, Christian Leitner and Jakob Arauto.
But now due to the appeal, we have an Austrian athlete leading the way.
Yeah, which is Adrian Catan. Feels really good for you as an athlete from Austria.
Well, I mean, I think it's great for everyone to win, but you know, you want your team colleagues to win.
Yeah, of course.
It's always great.
It's a fair play, fair enough.
But I'm happy for everybody to get a good place.
Yeah. And let's see. Better this time for the Austrian athlete from Graz, from Christian Leitner. He looks a little bit exhausted, jumping around. And happy to see the Italian athlete, Alessandro, which looked kind of injured and not very comfortable with his forearm. Better this time, and from here is a long way, and let's see if Jakoba can do the second top on the second boulder. They're all a bit too short. And very frustrated from Christian. Sometimes we have seen him when he struggles, he kind of get on this kind of mindset, which is not that easy to come out.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes not to get frustrated if you fall really close to the top, or you know you can do a move and then something, maybe it just doesn't work out or you slip.
Yeah, and the fellow athlete Matteo Tranquilli looking very comfortable on the slab. That looked really, really casual. Foot swap, foot cross. He went for a different method. He didn't foot swap, but he went for the method you suggested, which was to cross with the other foot. And that looked really, really good. No problem this time from Christian Leitner. He's going to go for the same method that we have seen. It's a long way up there, but we have seen already working. And
I think he can do it.
And there we see a very emotional athlete. When he's happy, you see it, and when he's frustrated, you also see it. I mean, those are the emotions which are bringing us, the watchers, kind of like, making want to see. Those are the emotions. We want to see emotions. They're all humans, and they're all kind of sharing what they're feeling on the mats, and it's not easy to go through them. But it's part of the game, it's part of the deal, and there you see the Italian athlete looking really, really good. Can he get his right foot at the top? Oh, he's deciding to stay low and just jumping to the top. Jakoba with 15 seconds going on. Can she do it?
Oh,
And
foot
slips
slip.
out, and yeah, not enough for both Christian and Jakoba. Second board is going to be now gone forever. No more athletes coming outside. And currently the scores are Lou Leclerc with 3 tops and 4 zones with 84.6 points, followed by Mara and with the same score from Italy, Carolina Gradasci. And on the men's side, we have, I believe, first sitting was Adrian Catan with 69.4, followed by Jakob Marx, which suffered an appeal with 54.8 with 1 top and 3 zones, and Matteo Tranquilli with 1 top and 3 zones, but more attempts. That's what we're talking about before. For every single attempt that you do, you get minus 0.1 score out. So if you manage to do a top on your third attempt, you get minus 0.2. So the score will not be 25 but 24.8. And then we see Marta Latinak from Croatia on the very delicate slab. And so far no top either on the third boulder on the men's side.
I think this is a boulder, a really powerful one. I think it's a style that Chrissy can do pretty well.
On the third
On
men's
the
boulder.
third
Yeah.
men's boulder, but I think it's going to be interesting to see if he can do it.
Hopefully he can save the day.
Yeah.
And there we see Marta looking very, very composed. She has to go now to the double overhead press.
So far, I don't think we can't see a single athlete who is going to top every boulder. Like sometimes there's an athlete who top every boulder, but now that's not possible.
I mean that's kind of cool, but
yeah.
of course we want to see many athletes do the main. Let's see if the French are renowned for the slabs, because we see here Aristide, Evan Lemagner on the fourth and last boulder for the main round. A very delicate slab. We already have seen a top from Adrian Catan. That's really cool. We've seen athletes topping different boulders, not everybody topping the same thing. And no problem for the 10 zone. Hold. 10 mark point. And kind of a tricky foot swap. A very basic move that works really well. And the Czech athlete Adela Bodanska struggling with the cross method. And that's what we're talking about. You can flag it or you can do a back step. And I think if you do a back step, you're probably better off because you're in a better position in order to utilize the power of the crimp.
She doesn't have to jump to the first hole, so I think you can reach it even if you're smaller. It looked pretty far away when I looked at it from standing before there, but now seeing the athletes on the wall, it looks like you don't really have to lose your feet on them.
Yeah, actually when I was seeing the route setters, they were actually losing their tension on the feet, so that's good. The athletes are well trained. And unfortunately no tops anymore. I think boulder number 3 still has got a few more rotations. That's Jakoba and Christian Leitner. Last rotation for the boulder number 3. And we are slowly coming to an end of the European Youth Cup here in Graz on the U17. We're going to be going on through with the Youth 19 shortly at 11. Sorry, at 1. But for now, let's see what the last athletes can do. That's Neva Piers and Alessandro Sofia. And on the third boulder, we have Jakob Rauter and Christian Leitner. Christian looking very casual now. I think that's the kind of boulder that he really likes.
Yeah, that's
But
powerful moves.
again, they're not utilizing the right foothold, and I think you really need it in order to kind of get into the press position. If you don't use it, you have the toe hook, which is stopping you from making the height.
Yeah, but I think it's pretty hard to like make a foot swap. That's what they were struggling with because the holds are so bad.
Yeah,
And
sure.
then
I mean, it's easier said than done for sure,
Yeah.
but I think the idea is to throw your right foot to the foothold and release the toe hook and kind of hold the tension, and from there kind of like go from a pull to a press position. But like I said, it's very, very hard set of boulders. Easier said than done. And let's see what Neva can do. Neva Piersch. Christian Leitner, quite good. And Jakoba also good tension on the feet. So from here, there you are, that's better,
now
Christian.
he's using the
It's a bit hard to get to the sloper.
yeah.
Big frustration, and Jakoba looking good. Chicks puffing. It's kind of a hard
doing
position.
The what she said, the backstab. That's
Yeah.
what she did.
And reaching the little foothold. It's a hard way from here to the top. It's not over. And she's looking at her fingers. Maybe she's struggling a little bit with skin.
Yeah, I think these holds, the ones they're I think new in blockers. I
They're
haven't
completely
seen them
new.
before.
They
Yeah.
came last week, and
They're really these holds are really rough for your skin. So if you have a round to climb after that, that would be really hard.
yeah. And I believe some of the boulders are going to be staying for people to try next week. So if you are an athlete who wants to try some European Youth Cup boulders, you can come next week. They're going to be on the wall, and of course there are going to be more boulders set up. So yeah, good opportunity to try and to train if you're having to compete. But let's see what the Italian athlete Alessandro Sofia can do. Looking better, no complaint, no struggling on the forearm. And unfortunately falls down. Next to me is Fenia Chena. Your dad is the CEO from Blockhouse, organizer from the event. How is it as a home athlete to see the development of the Blockhouse? You have been raised here, you have seen the whole changes. Maybe you can give us a little bit of like the kind of perspective that you get as an athlete, but also local matador.
I think it's really cool to see how Blockhouse develops, and my dad organizing all these comms, and it's cool to like always get like a look behind the scenes also, because as an athlete I go to many comms, and so I know really good how these comms are organized.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of like work put behind.
yeah, and to have comms at home so much, because my dad knows I'm a comm climber, so he organizes very many comms, and I think it's also fun for him. And I just love it. So, and having comms at home is just beautiful.
That's wonderful to hear. Let's see, two athletes more on the fourth boulder. We have here now Adela Bodanska and Aristide Madri from France. And after these, they're going to be the Italians, the Austrian athletes. And that's going to be it for the European Youth Cup Youth B. We have seen both boulders being topped. But kind of a hard round for the men's, although Adrian managed to get 2 tops and 4 zones.
Which means he's currently in leading position, so that's a podium for him for sure.
Yes,
Which
that's
is
the podium.
I think it's his first Boulder podium, but I'm not so sure.
On an international.
On an international European Cup.
Yeah, that's for sure. Super strong performance from him. And the Czech athlete reaching very slowly. That's really, really, really good. We have not seen anybody slowly getting there. Oh no, oh no, she didn't see the black tape and she
That's probably gonna annoy her, because I know she's a very strong athlete. She was the one climbing after me in qualification, and it's always, I was done with my boulder, went to the next one, sat there, and she was coming sitting next to me just 1 minute after me.
Yeah, she had a really good qualification round. She managed to top 6 boulders, so every single boulder. And the slab proving to be very, very tricky. Let's see. Unfortunately falls down. But yeah, display of power on the lower limbs. I mean, she managed to get to the press very slowly and controlled. And let's see if she can repeat that. Now she's a little bit taller than some of the other athletes. She wants to. She's not looking that comfortable though on the foothold.
Yeah.
But from here is a bit of a jump.
If you're tall.
There you are. No problem for her.
But often if you're tall and you have to reach, like if you have to step up on a foothold, or yeah, like these pressing positions can often be harder if you're taller, if the holds are very low, because you have your hands like in your face, while smaller athletes can just reach up above their head and stand there comfortably.
Yeah, the box is different, right? Your hips pulling you out, and yeah. But therefore, is the jump afterwards a little bit easier, because you don't have to make so much high. So yeah, climbing is a very morphological sport. Some positions are going to suit more climbers, some morphologies. But hopefully, if the bouldering round is set properly, they're going to have advantages and disadvantages on every single boulder and on every single round. As we're seeing and discussing here, maybe the press position is easier for a shorter athlete, but then the jump is easier for a taller athlete. So yeah. And no top for the French athlete on the slab. And last 2 athletes coming, last rotation, Jacoba Rauter and Christian Leitner, which are at the moment. Christian is sitting on 9th position with only zones on every single boulder.
And so is Jacoba.
And so is Jacoba. So I don't think both of them can get. I mean, Jacoba cannot get to this.
To first place, but
she can also not be 3rd, because I think.
If she flashes it, I think it might be possible.
No, because the 3rd athlete has got already 2 tops, so it's not possible. I mean. Okay, maybe yeah, actually yes. Sorry.
If she flashes it, she can get onto the podium.
And for Christian, it's also I think possible to get it.
Now he's in 6th position by just getting the zone. So if he tops it, I think it might be possible, but I'm not so sure.
Let's see. I think he has too many attempts on the zones in comparison to Jacob, which managed to. But that's looking very casual from Christian.
Oh, and Jacob is slipping.
And that is a flash for Christian Leitner.
Wow.
Really strong, but he looks a little bit gutted with his performance. And like we said, 4th position. I think that's 2 attempts that he got to zone, and therefore he's sitting with 54.6 in comparison to Jacob with 54.8. Very, very bitter taste, sitting just 2.2 from the third position, but that's how the bouldering round is, and how everybody gets the same possibilities. And yeah, very a pity position to be in, but somebody has to be fourth. And yeah, let's see what Jakoba can do. And that's a very final position. So Adrian is first.
Wow.
We have an Austrian on the leaderboard on gold position. Really, really, really strong from him. And no executors on any. I mean, 8th and 9th position have got 39.2, but let's see what Jakoba can do.
Yeah, and
Looking really good. Come on, Jakoba. No. Oh, she's going to be a little bit gutted about that, but she can get there. It's 1.10.
I think she has one more try to get on third place, but otherwise that's, I think, fourth.
There's also comeback, so if she gets the same score as Mara and Carolina, she would still jump onto the second position due to comeback.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's hope the best for her. Wow, nerve-wracking last boulder. Everything can happen now, really good.
And also the time is ticking, and that's always getting so exciting if you get a top in the last few seconds.
Yeah, 20 seconds. She's been there, she knows how to do it. She has to control herself. Come on, Jakoba, come on, push.
Yeah, fighting.
Yes, she helped us commentating. Finding this foothold is not easy and getting to the top. Oh no! And that's the podium there. Slipping from her hands. She's going to be very, very annoyed. But that's it. That's the last boulder.
Claire, the French athlete, leading the way from.
And unfortunately, Executor from Mara and Carolina, both 69.6. Due to comeback, Mara sitting in second position. Same as last year, she was also second position. And well, due to the misinformation that happened 2 days ago on the mythical technical meeting, we're gonna see the route setters with a lot of stress, making some tweaks to the boulders and making a lot of adaptations. Yeah, that's our scores. Claire with 3 tops and 4 zones, followed by Adela Bodanska with 2 tops and 4 zones, and Mara Matutinovic with 2 tops and 4 zones. I believe the scores are not quite there.
No, they aren't correct yet.
And on the men's side, I mean, there's going to be appeals. There's not the final scores. We have Adrian Katan with 2 tops and 4 zones, followed by Evan Lemange with 1 top and 4 zones, and Christian Leidner, I believe that's not correct, with 2 tops and 4 zones. Let's see. Maybe appeals have gone through, but I believe he's on 4th position. Let's see. Everything can happen. Maybe those are not the last scores. At 1 we're gonna have the U19 finals, and I'm gonna let you go for now. Thanks a lot for your time and for co-commentating. It was a pleasure to have you here from the insights of an athlete, Anna Blockhouse, homie, and thanks a lot. Congratulations on your first European Youth Cup, Finalist. Yeah, we'll see you hopefully on future competitions.
Thank you.
Have a nice time, and yeah, see you soon. And that was Finalist, a homie from Blockhouse, giving us the best insights. Youth athlete, very talented here in Blockhouse. And 2 seconds, we're going to have the scores actualized. So there might be some appealings, but we are having Christian Leitner on 3rd position. Yeah, let's see. Eirikathen on 1st position, followed by Evan Lemagne and Christian Leitner on 3rd position. And on the female side, we have Lou Leclerc, followed by Adela Bodanska and Mara Matutinovic on 3rd position. Yeah, let's see. Those are provisional scores. Hopefully they're going to be staying like that. And if you're following us through, please don't go. On 1, we're going to be back for the U19 final round. And my name is David Patterson. We're here in Blockhouse in Graz for the European Youth Cup. And let's see you later, very soon. I'll let you go, but as I said, 1 o'clock, we're going to be back. Thank you.
As you can see on the clock, we will start the presentation for U19 finalists at 1 o'clock p.m. Please make sure that every U19 athletes are in the isolation zone by 12 o'clock. So isolation will close at 12 o'clock. Routines will start to change. See you later. Have a good one. examination in 5 minutes.
And welcome back to the IFSC European Youth Cup. We are going to go very soonly back with the U19. My name is David Patterson, and we are here in BLOC in Graz. We had some difficulties previously with the U17 final results, but everything has been actualized, and yeah, apologies for that. We are bringing you now the official scores. So first place was for Lou Auclair from France with 3 tops and 4 zones with 84.6 points, followed by Mara Matutinovic from Croatia. Previous year she was also second with 69.6. Due to comeback, we're having her in second position, and on third position we have the Italian Carolina Gradasci with also 69.6. Followed by the men. We're going to bring you the scores very soonly. There you are. We have the Austrian youth athlete Adrian Catan with 69.4 with 2 tops and 4 zones, followed by the French athlete Evan Lemagne with 55 points, and unfortunately there was not a stable position. We have heard it was nothing due to the black tape or holding anything above it. Yeah, Max Jakob, who didn't hold the top on a stable position, he jumped down onto third position with 1 top and 4 zones with 54.8 points. And next to me we have one of the route setters and homies from here from Blockhouse, the route setter Jakob Grastover, who's gonna soon help us with these finals at the U19. Good afternoon, Jakob. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Thanks again for joining the well-known commentating team. It's awesome to have you always here. And yeah, we have a very strong field of U19 finals, and many Austrians. We have 3 on the men and 1 woman, which we already know well known, is Katharina Bergmann, which is really good to have her here. Same as the Julian Schildwisser, both train in Blockhaus. Yeah, what are we expecting from these finals? There's been some tweaks, so maybe you can get us a little bit the idea, the difference between.
Yeah, we tried to tweak the boulders such that they provide a new, or yeah, hopefully new challenge to the athletes, and also to adjust the level a little bit, because now, of course, U19, they're a bit older and a bit more experienced, and we tried to take this into account.
Cool. And yeah, are we? Can you tell us maybe what are we going to be expecting through the round? Like, what's going to be the flow motion? Are we going to start really hard and then go easy, or like other way around?
Yeah, also, for us, the concept was to have an easier first problem. So that's what we hope for. Many tops on the first problems for both, for the men and for the women. Then the second boulder for the men is coordination based, the black and white with 2 big jumps basically. The second women's boulder is physical and also a bit dynamic. And then the third boulders are the power problems for both of them, and the fourth problems are the slabs.
Cool. And we have seen like some variations like we see here, like you have blocked, for example, where we're seeing on the screen the very how to say it, next to the start volume on the right side there's like hard to see, but there's an obsession flat hold translucent hold blocking this. Maybe you can let us know why did you put this hold over there?
Exactly, it's just supposed to be a blocker. So we hope that it eliminates some possible betas, especially the feet first versions that we saw in the earlier final. And we hope that the athletes will now go for the more dynamic approach. And also we did some subtle tweaks. We changed the starting hold a little bit, made it a bit worse. We also turned the crimp at the start, and also the zone. Yeah, this crimp.
Ah, there you are. Thank you.
And also the zone is now at a slightly different position.
Cool. And the athletes are going to be jumping onto the mats. So they're going to be having an observation. Remember, it's 4 boulders, and they have 4 minutes per boulder. And we're bringing now all the athletes, 10 women and 10 men. 9 nations on the women, 7 nations on the men. But yeah, how have the whole week been for you, setting all these new team? Do you know everybody in the team, and how was the whole procedure?
I think it was really cool, and the whole workflow was also relatively efficient, and it was definitely fun to set with these girls and guys. Some of them I know very well, for example Maxi and Pauli, they're also Austrian setters and I work with them a lot, particularly with Maxi, who is also setting at BLOC, of course. And Alina is also an Austrian national setter whom I know well. But for example, I didn't know the chief, Alex, and I also didn't know Anna from Georgia. But it was nice to get to know them and to work with them, and I think I hope we did a good job.
Well, we're enjoying it so far. So far, the U17 finals have been really cool to see and to watch. Like awesome, different movements, but awesome movements, and really interesting. Like you hold your breath, thinking, "Oh my God, is he gonna do it? Is he not gonna do it? What's happening?" And so far, I can only speak from my point of view, of course, for nobody else. But I've been enjoying it a lot. So really, congratulations for that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We were also quite happy. I mean, maybe it was a bit on the harder side. Of course, as a route setter, you always hope for a perfect separation with 4 tops for the first place and then maybe 3 tops for the second. But then, on the other hand, I think it's not realistic to have that at every comp. It would be a bit like if you expected every soccer match ends like 2-0 or something like that. It's also not the case. Sometimes you have, I don't know, 0-0 or 0-3 or whatever.
Yes.
And that's also what makes it interesting. So yeah, and I think we could still see the different styles and how they climbed and where their strength lied. So yeah, I think it was a good round, more or less.
Yeah, definitely, totally with you. And if anybody of you guys or girls are hearing or watching the live stream, and you have some questions, some inquiries, on our YouTube official site, there you can drop a message, and we will try to answer as best and as fast as we can. Some comments. I know in the IFSC official page on the live stream there is none, but on the Blockhouse live YouTube channel you can write some questions. Yeah, there you are. So 10 women and 10 men all ready for having 2 minutes of observation. I think it's 8 in total, so 2 minutes per boulder. 4 boulders to complete, and yeah, we're going to be starting very soon. Remember, they have 4 minutes on the mats to solve the problem, and then they will go to isolate to rest for 4 minutes, and so forth on for the 4th boulders, and then the round is over. They can watch whatever they want, and they can do the mats. Also, no help is going to be provided by the trainers or by anybody else. That's not allowed. Yeah, maybe you can run us through this big change happening on boulder number 1 for the men. I'm interested.
Yeah, the starting sequence changed completely. I think now it looks really cool because it's just these 3 big macros on the wall. And it's not so clear how to even start or how to establish. So what we were planning for that is that the athletes will run into the first big white dish and hold the slopey edge. But hopefully it's not good enough to really hang on this slopey edge, but we hope that they will campus to the pocket with the left hand, and then not until you have the pocket you will be in a stable position in order to establish. And then I think the last section is similar to the one that we saw in the previous final. We just tweaked it a bit to get some more tops, because as I said, we planned that these problems should be the easier ones.
Cool. And what about the women's side?
Also a completely new starting sequence. It's kind of interesting because the starting position itself is very, very comfortable. You're standing on the big red flat hold pinch, and it feels like standing on a ledge, which is very rare for comp boulders. Usually the positions are really uncomfortable. But then you have to move to the right, and the more you move to the right, the more uncomfortable it gets, and you get quite a lot of swing, and you have to stop the momentum and on this red hold with the big red foothold and volume on the right.
Great. So micro-beta going there, where to stand is going to be quite interesting to see,
Exactly.
I guess.
Yeah.
And now we saw, well, there was one hold before in the middle, transparent, if somebody could not see it. Now it's not there for sure.
Yeah.
So a lot more commitment, I guess, to go, more precision and more movement.
Exactly. Now the boulder requires you to go all the way from the start to the zone, and you need a lot of swing and good timing. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Yeah. And what about for the women's? You told me something about a BLOC hold going on.
On the red, women's number 2. there is a shoulder hold on this brown triangle volume, and behind this hold we put a blocker. So now, first of all, the hold is worse for the lower section, and also for the top section it's harder to put a heel there.
Yeah. Hopefully we're going to be going to the third and fourth boulder. Those are the power and slab boulders, and we see two athletes here discussing some methods. There you are, third boulder, and the blue powerful boulder with the pinches and slopes. Like you said before, there's some block being added. What about the women's third boulder? We see the upper wall being a bit changed.
The head wall, so to say, is completely changed. Now I think it's a lot about getting your foot onto this crimp on the zone. That's kind of tricky because it's really high, and you can either bring your left or your right foot there, but either way you have to balance perfectly on this big neo hold just above the corner, and then for the last move it's also a bit more physical.
Are you meant to match the big neo hold and go right to the top and stop the swing with the left, or are you thinking about going left first and then to the top?
I think both options work. Going right hand first is more explosive and high risk, whereas going left hand first is more controlled, but it requires more power.
Hopefully we're going to be able to see the fourth boulders, both slabs on the men's and women's side. There you are. Thank you. It's beautiful camera team. Yeah, what have been changed in this boulder? We see actually many changes. Please let us know.
Yeah, we see on the slab that the top section is also completely different to the previous boulder. Now you have to get this crimp, the second to last hold, and then you do a little bit of a cross jump with your right hand to the top hold, which is pretty bad. It's quite a bad sloper.
Slopey hold, huh?
Exactly. And for the women, I think also the top section has changed. It's now a small pedal move, so the idea is to get the second to last hold with your left hand, and then to pull on that one to make the height to reach the top hold.
Wow, cool. Changes a lot the whole sequence, and it makes it quite interesting. I think we're going to see a really nice final. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe let's go through a little bit to the qualification, because we saw there was always 6 boulders to complete. On the men's side, we had the best one, which was Lilian Boniot from France, with 5 tops and 6 zones. And you could qualify with 3 tops. Was it meant to be a hard round for them, or? Sorry, no, keep going. Sorry.
I would say we aimed for a medium round. We didn't want it to be super hard, but also not very easy.
Okay. And on the women's side, we saw not so diverse variation. Like you could qualify with 4 tops and 6 zones, which is pretty nice and interesting for me. Like there was one very strong girl from Spain, which was first in Soria and has already won some European Cups, or has been in podium, who is now coming in last, so qualified as 10th. Any kind of like, what do you call it? Any kind of observations on this that could be happening?
I didn't observe this particular athlete, to be honest, but I think in bouldering it's very easy to, for example, just not do one boulder because it doesn't suit you, and then it can easily happen that you're suddenly on 10th position, although you're maybe usually somewhere in the first 5 places or something like that. So we see this also on the World Cups sometimes. People who we used to see in finals are just not even making semifinals, for example.
What is your take on that? Because I personally, like, we have had many discussions with many people. I kind of like that there's like, and it was a massive video going from a famous athlete, but I actually like that you see different people. You have to always be more versatile and be more well all-rounded. You're being challenged on every single aspect and the spectrum of the whole sport and discipline.
Yeah, I think I mostly agree with you. I also like that there is different people in finals and that it's not given for anyone to be in finals. But then again, I also see the argument that it shouldn't become completely random. So in some sense, it should be possible for outstanding athletes to be consistent in their results. So for example, if there is too many super low percentage bowlers and it really comes down mostly to luck, then I'm also not a fan of it. But I mostly agree, as I said. I think it's cool that it's low percentage, that we see different people, and I don't think that it's important that we always see the same people in finals. I mean, of course, from
And
the athletes' perspective, they would like to have it like that. But I think for the spectators, it's also cool if different people.
And it's not quite to 100% like fair to say that you always see different people. When we talk about, for example, World Cups, you see pretty much every time that Yanni is joining, you see her. Every time Sarat is joining, you see him.
Yeah.
Like, these are people who are very, very good in pretty much every single skill set, and they will be able to display their best on them.
That's true.
So yeah, it's quite interesting. We're gonna have a little breakdown with our sponsors, and then we will be back for the Mother's Day. And welcome back. Yeah, there's a special day for us here in Austria, and I just would like to congratulate all the mothers. And I believe you have been recently a father. How are you going to be celebrating your partner's Mother's Day?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, now of course I'm here, but later, let's see. We will celebrate maybe a little bit, and yeah, we'll congratulate my own mother, but also of course my partner who has her first Mother's Day today, and yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations to all the mothers. Hard duty job that you have to do.
For sure.
A lot of responsibility going on. But yeah, let's go back here. We're in Graz in Austria. We are going for the 2025 European Youth Cup. And first athletes are going to come out on the mats. Those are going to be Julia Benach-Sibirov from Spain and Corine Mashaf from Israel. Like I said, Julia was first in Soria and Corina was 42nd, so happy to see him on the mats on the finals, and definitely a big improvement since his last comps. 20 seconds and they're going to be journeying. Remember, there's 15 seconds of transition between the ISO to the mats. For anybody who's new to the discipline of bouldering and to the sport, we have at the beginning a hold with 4 green tapes. Those are marked. You have 4 limbs, so you have to organize how you want. For example, on the left, there's 2 on the upper hold, and 2 on the bottom. You can use 2 feet at the top, or 2 hands at the bottom, however you want. You have to distribute it and have a stable position. Then you move on forwards to the boulder, somewhere in the middle. Previously was called the zone, now it's called the 10 mark point. So you get 10 points awarded. And if you get to the very top, you get the maximum amount of points. That's the 25 mark hold. And for every single attempt that you try, you will get 0.1 taken off your total score. So let's see what we can do. Like we said, like Jakob said, there's a kind of like hopefully a few tops going on this one, kind of like a introduction. Of course, we don't want everybody to kind of like get it, but good start for her. Really good position on the feet. Gets the 10-point awarded, and also we saw the men kind of good attempt.
Yes, for sure. She's already now in the mental section and she does it easily.
No worries for Julia from Spain. Awesome flash, and there you are. Good first start from Corinne. Yeah, sort of differences. He was standing at the wall. I guess you want to put either left or right foot at the sky ball or like the
big
360 dish.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I think it's best, or at least for me, it was best to stand left foot and to flag with the other foot.
And from there we have another jump to the top, I guess.
Exactly.
Let's see if you can do it. Kind of a tricky start, right?
Yes, a tricky start, and also these holds, the ghost holds, are kind of tricky because the top hold exists in several versions, so to say. So some of the versions have deeper pockets, some have no pocket. So you never really know what hold it is you're going to, and that makes it harder for the athletes.
It's a lotto ticket.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's hopefully see. Again, Corinne Mashaf going for another try, and that's what Jakob said about not stopping at the slopey, but didn't quite get far back into the hold and was just holding with the tips of his fingers. You want to get the maximum amount. There was actually an Italian guy who I think slightly injured himself before. Maybe he was not warmed up properly or something was tweaking, but he managed to pull through the whole competition. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think pockets are also are always a little bit prone to injury. If you don't warm up properly for them, you can easily get some minor injury.
And it has to do a lot with the elasticity of your synovial muscles on your palm, right? If you're having kind of a stretchy fibers, then it's not so tight, and then you're passively easily hanging. And if they're quite stiff, they can be like feeling a little bit uncomfortable.
Exactly, exactly. And also sometimes the athletes just don't think so much about pockets, and then maybe they don't warm up this particular two-finger grip.
Yeah.
If it's an onside round, and then they can get caught off guard.
Yeah, good point. But let's see. He looked better now.
That's
Come
better.
on, going for the zone, gets it, and now it's going to be awarded, and it's a big move. Yeah, I think he maybe thought for a second, and I guess the boulder doesn't let you a lot of play, so if you're kind of not so sure what to do, every single second is very tiring.
Exactly, and also with this starting variation now, it's hard to hit the pocket perfectly, and when you've hit it, there is hardly any position where you can readjust. So that makes it really hard, because basically you hang on your left hand in this pocket for almost the whole boulder.
Yeah.
So if you don't get it right from the first moment on, then it will be really hard to carry on.
Yeah, but hopefully we're going to see a top. 20 seconds to go. I mean, it's a little time, but also it's a short boulder.
That's true.
Going again. No. Doesn't meet. And it's not going to be, I think, enough time for him, but he was awarded the zone. That's good. 10 points. 10 points. So third attempt he managed to get the zone, so 0.3 has been taken off. And 9.7 points for Corinne Mashaf. Following, we're going to have on the female side the British athlete Fee McDougall, and from Spain we're going to have Andres Villa. I think Fee McDougall was not in Surrey, so it's her first youth competition of the year, an international background.
Great job that she made it to finals. Huh?
Yes, really cool. And we have seen a pretty good start of the female side. Man was getting close. Wow, that was looking pretty straightforward going for it on the men's side. Let's see what she can do. Like you said, they're not quite sure where to stand. She has to commit to the jump. And different method. Like we saw the Spanish girl, she crossed with the left foot and then right to the slippery side of the volume. That didn't look so bad. Did you guys try both methods? Was one more thought than the other one?
Yeah, we tried both methods. I think both work. The important thing is to be ready for the swing, because you get a bit more swing than you expect for the in the first moment. That's also what we saw with her now. She was just a bit surprised, I think, by by the swing.
And
now
yeah, there you are.
does it.
No problem. There's a lot of visualization coming also through, I guess, when you go for such a move. And like, she's really good, so she just managed to learn really well. And no problem on the tricep press. She's not using the foothold that we saw previously on the left. But she's kind of like looking only to the right and now pressing against the wall. I think you want to engage quite high, there you are, but now bringing your feet is pretty tricky, and she's kind of getting it. Fortunately, doesn't get the next hold in order to stable.
It's definitely possible like that, but for us the easiest way was to first mantle up and then go to the second to last hold, which is on the black volume.
Without stepping on the dish.
Exactly,
Ah,
with
right.
the feet just dangling in the air, and then bringing the feet higher. I
Wow,
think that's
cool.
a bit easier, but
Nice.
it's also, we shouldn't forget that they don't have any video betas as in the qualification round,
Yeah,
so they need to find their own way through these problems.
exactly. Like Jakob said, on the previous round they got some videos made from the route setters where they could see any possible solution. Of course, then it comes the part where creativity comes and they try to climb the boulder different ways, and because they can see each other, probably they will copy different things. Here they are alone, no help is is given, and they of course have been talking about different possibilities in between them on the observation time, but things could be messing up, and when you're in the mats you have to kind of adapt to what you think is the right thing for you. Also to change methods is quite hard if you're doing something and it's getting closer and you're getting more the muscle memory. It feels better and better, and it's hard to get out of this spiral and try something different, something new, right?
Exactly, and we will now see if she will try the same thing again.
Ah, there you are. Now she's using the foothold. Chalk bar would be really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks better. Spanish guy Andres not looking very comfortable. He was looking really strong at the beginning and slowly fatigued. That's going to be it. So pretty cool. Already some difference. First boulder not being topped by the second athlete, but promising. It looked really good. Better flash for the first athlete. And yeah, going to the mats from Italy is going to be Liumo, and from Spain the second athlete Lucas Perez.
A lot of athletes from Spain.
A lot of athletes from Spain, yeah, it's coming strong.
Yeah, that's cool to see. Also, what I observed that in comparison to a few years ago, now we have athletes from countries, or athletes in finals from countries that didn't used to have a strong national team. It's really cool to see that all the teams are getting stronger, and it's not just the traditional strong climbing nations anymore.
Yeah, that actually was joking before, like I'm surprised that there's no 7 French people in the finals.
Yeah. For example, we saw, I think, even 2 athletes from Croatia in the previous final round for the girls, which is super cool, because I know that a few years ago there were no Croatian athletes basically on the international scene.
Yeah.
So they did a great job, I think.
Yeah, Mara was really looking strong again after last year's second position. And we're seeing really good here, Liu Mo, and another flash from the Spanish athlete on the power boulder.
Julia is on fire.
Yeah.
Looks like. Now we see the data on the first problem that we intended.
I think it's really, really cool when you see different solutions, because it leaves a lot of room for creativity.
Yeah.
I think back then there was a more kind of like a thought of like trying to make one move only possible for one thing, and slowly as you cool, nice stop. I believe there was a flash too.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, we see more creativity being embraced on those rounds, especially here where they don't get any previous videos. And wow, I think he could probably put up further on the second boulder. He managed to make the height. He was just like engaging. That was missing.
Now Lucas.
Lucas Perez looking good. Ah, okay. Misconception. I think the idea is to cross over to the top with the left, right?
Exactly. What he tried now was to come into the dish with his left hand, but the dish is just so shallow, it doesn't really help.
And the Israeli athlete Karin got already the zone on his second attempt. Sitting in first position, but like I said, this is just provisional places. And on the female side, Julia with 2 flushes, looking super strong, followed by Liu and Faye with a zone, her second attempt. Let's see what the Israeli athlete, he's looking good. Missed the second right hand. That's really cool that you have to be precise. It's a good hold, but you have to be precise, I guess, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I like also the very top part of the second boulder where you used the slippery part where you're landing with your feet.
Yeah.
I mean,
and also you have to be, I mean, on screen it never looks like such big moves. But then when I tried the boulder, for example, I was a bit scared, to be honest, because it's a really, really big move and you're already quite far above the mat. So you need to commit fully, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yes, yes. Yeah, but they have to do it. If they don't do it, they don't get rewarded.
Also, I think these youngsters, they are growing up with this style, so for them it's maybe slightly easier. But yeah, for sure, you have to commit a lot on these coordination parkour style problems.
And they train, right? It's not like they are completely new to it. They know how to fall much better than any normal human.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he's getting too far on the right side of the hold. He's perfectly holding the hold with the left hand, but maybe when he moves a bit more to the left, so like the left hand, he can match better the right hand.
Yeah, I agree. But I also have not seen these holds before, so maybe they're also new to him, and then it's really hard to adjust in such a short
there you are. That was better.
time. But that was perfect now. So let's see what he can do on the top move.
Come on, go for it.
And a bit short on the jump.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if he engaged really well on the right foot, because it looked like he kind of fell, like there was no pressure applied to the right foot hold. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, cool. We're seeing some progress, and hopefully the athletes which are stronger are going to be getting better on the boulders as the rounds go through. We're going to see now the next athletes coming from Slovakia, Leah Slobodova, sorry. And from the Great Britain, Sam Hammond. I think he was last year also in Blockhouse. He's quite a committing athlete and really talented. Happy to see him in finals. And hopefully we're going to be seeing a top of boulder number 1 on the men's side.
Let's hope so.
Yes.
It was already too hard for the last finals round, so it would be cool if it
I think the start worked really, really cool now. Like, oh wow,
oh, cool.
That's a nice method.
Was very committing.
But yeah.
Oh, he looks strong on the pockets now. Maybe he can show us how it's done.
Looking promising. And a flash. Nice. That's how you do it.
Cool.
He also committed to the very, very last movement.
Yeah. He looked so strong on the pocket from the first moment on. So I don't know, maybe he's from Great Britain, so maybe he does a lot of hangboarding on pockets.
Yeah. The woodies.
Paying off now.
Yeah, paying off. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that looked pretty casual, to be honest.
Yeah.
We have seen already 3 athletes not looking comfortable at all, and he really pulled through. And also, what I was saying, he committed a lot, and his whole body went to the right side of the top.
Yeah.
So he could utilize the directional load of the hold. And
almost.
Completely bando opening. And let's see what the British athlete Fee can do. Fee McDougall. Making a toe cam on there. And soon is going to be joining us Alina Vojna. We're going to be letting you go when the round is finished, Jakob.
Okay.
It's been awesome to have you here and give us some insights. I think with you always the time goes through. It's so fast.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to host these live streams with you.
Yeah.
together.
Oh wow! Look, the second boulder from the women.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, that was really close.
Just a bit short on the top move, but she still has time. So
She was doing it toe cam, like heel toe actually, like stepping on the volume with the right foot, but making a heel hook. Not so sure if that is like shorting a little bit the impulse that you get to get higher. You know what I mean?
I think it's hard to get the height. I think it feels good in the beginning because it stabilizes you, but then with the heel, it's really hard to jump from the position.
Yeah. And Leah thinking a little bit through. Wow. Okay. Spanish people looking not so bad here. We're gonna see a breakdown. I think you put some dual texture holds there.
Yeah, it looked possible.
It looks possible.
I don't know if we can get the close up, but we actually were aware of this cheat, and we put a lot of dual tech plates on the big volume in order to prevent this cheat. So let's see if it prevents him from doing that.
Looks quite committed. He thinks he can do it.
And now we can also see the plates, but yeah, maybe it's not the
Yeah, it
best
doesn't.
data,
It looked very promising on the first attempt, but not so promising on the second.
Yeah.
With 30 seconds to go, and unfortunately, both athletes getting quite high, especially Leah Slobodova. Sorry, there's a bit of a mouth twist for my.
So many different names.
Yeah, but I have to be professional enough to tell them on.
You're
So
doing great.
apologies for this bad pronunciation for me. And unfortunately, no tops. We're gonna keep on the rotation. Thanks a lot for your time. It's been a pleasure to have you here. And see you in the next time. Enjoy the finals. That was Jakob Christopher, fellow friend and awesome route setter from here, from Graz in BLOC, national, international route setter. Also, we're going to be seeing him on the route setting for the World Cup in Innsbruck further in summer. And along to us is going to be coming Alina Vojna, also an international route setter and national route setter from Austria. And jumping onto the mats, we have from Hungary, Esther Schaki. And from the Ukraine, we have Neboa Alexander. Welcome back, Alina.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm fine so far. Let's see how the round is going.
So far, it's going really well.
Yeah.
I think I'm really enjoying it. The first, like, little adaptations you made for the women's and for the male look really cool. We saw somebody getting quite close on the second boulder of the men, and actually quite making a cheat that Jakob was saying you already accounted into that. Tops on second boulder for the female, and first for both men and women. So really interesting adaptation you have made. Well done.
Thank you.
I mean, more tops than we have seen on the previous rounds, which is really interesting to see. And not quite engaging himself really well, the Spanish athlete. Yeah, we also have some on the left low corner. The first athlete, Julia and Corina. Maybe you can walk us through a little bit. We have talked a little bit with Jakob. He was talking about like a block or hold that you could put to prevent this method from happening on the men's side. He looked kind of close on there, but didn't manage to hold it. Oh wow, really good tension.
Athlete is going strong on the body tension.
Yeah, I mean, she looked really strong on both first and second boulder.
Yeah.
And I think this is kind of the boulder that she really likes. She's a very powerful athlete. How's been the week for you, route setting here in BLOC? Sorry,
Just 1 second,
yeah,
the
let's go.
Spanish athlete on the top's jumping.
And also top for the Hungarian athlete Esther. She managed to make a top from boulder number 1.
Nice, there's so much going on.
Yes.
All the balls climbed at the same time.
But I love the split screen. You can watch everything. You're not missing anything. So thanks a lot for our team.
You miss it because you maybe can't watch everything at once, but there's the possibility
The possibility is there, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. And there we see. That was the method that Jakob said. I mean, it looks way harder now to cheat it like that.
Yeah.
What is the idea actually behind it?
The idea is to kick once with the right foot on the undercling and then go with both hands at the same time.
Okay.
With the right hand to the hold he was brushing right now, and with the left one to the undercling.
Yeah, I remember the U17 athlete from Great Britain. He actually did it like that.
Genau. Yes,
Okay.
that was the exact idea we had. And I think it's actually, if you're bit explosive and you like coordination, it's actually easier
Okay.
and it's way more efficient because you're not holding on for such a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You saw the British athlete, how comfortable he looked on the pockets
Yeah.
and on the hole, and he's not fancying anymore. He still have 45 seconds, and yeah, Alexander Neboa just quitted the hold Boulder. Yeah, hopefully nothing going on with his fingers, but really looking well. This is the Israeli athlete, Corinne, getting to the upper wall. He managed to get a zone. That's the best we have seen so far already.
Okay, and the Spanish.
But he's also the first athlete, so
Okay.
looking good now. He has to kind of meet the foothold. There you are.
Ooh, that's wow.
I
That was
thought
what
she was going to go for the double clutch, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better because the way she did it was not the easiest before. But for me, it was also about testing the most intuitive one. And I tried it first time, and I was like, wow, that's hard. But she looked really strong on it, so I think she could have done it.
Yes,
but it's for sure not the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, unfortunately, no top for her, but looking really good. And we're gonna have now one Austrian athlete, which is really well known here in the house in Blockhouse, and this is Katharina Bergermann. She's a home local hero. But also on the men's side, we have from the first Austrian, Matthäus Katan, the brother of the winner from the U17, Adrian Katan.
Let's see how this round is going for him.
Yeah, he's a little bit taller. He's more like, I guess, the power guy. His brother a bit more well-rounded. And Kati looking not so bad in the first move. I think she didn't kind of meet the right foothold.
Yeah, I think she was also maybe surprised on how hard the end position is to hold on.
Yeah.
Because it's a really good hold, and it's harder than it seems.
And Adrian looking, Matthäus looking really, really good. And not quite leaning to the right side in order to use the direction of love that we were talking before. But we saw here now, I think this is Leah, and Leah looked very, very, very close on this women's second boulder. There's been some adaptations, and why?
There are a few reasons. Maybe we'll just watch Kati for a second. She hopefully doing the top part.
Come on, Kati.
It's a weird top move because you're in the press. The press is super secure, but it's actually hard to get the foot up right to your hand because you are under so much pressure.
And the shoulders get tired, right?
Yeah.
You're so much pressing down, and at some point you cannot really get the height, the little inches that you need. But yeah, well, we have been a little bit talking with Jakob, but maybe you can give, from your perspective, the sides of why changing some of these boulders and some of these, starts or upper walls.
We made some changes just accordingly to the level we saw on qualification. So a few boulders maybe got easier on the start and harder on top, or just the other way around. So we hopefully gonna have a good separation. We also made some changes because there was a bit of a miscommunication.
Yeah, I've heard about that. We explained it at the beginning.
Talked about it.
It can happen. I think you have adapted really well to the situation, and nevertheless, we have seen a really, really cool final.
Yeah, we just wanted to change a few of the moves to make it more accessible, a bit diverse, and to challenge the athletes. Some of the changes are so subtle that they're maybe not going to even see it that much, and maybe it's even harder then.
Yeah. But there you are. Looking good, Kate. And she just needs to get her left foot to the hand. She's struggling a little bit with the press. There's a little bit of height being missing, right, on the left hand.
Maybe a mixture between getting the height out of the shoulder and hip flexibility.
Yeah.
The active one to get your foot up.
Oh wow, we're seeing the British athlete Sam trying to do the cheat on boulder number 3. Did you guys manage to do the cheat actually, or was it like?
No, I think we were not able to do the cheat. We actually changed the starting position a bit because there's the second hole is a bit more inward, so you can't step in it.
All right.
And we are thinking.
Ooh.
That's
And
actually also one.
crazy fall from Mateusz Kazan, which is nodding his head now. What did he do? I think he's going to be disappointed about that. And Katja
Katja's rushing.
really needs a top here if she wants to be still on the scoreboard. And she's a little bit gutted, I think, but 3 more boulders to go. It's not over till it's over. And like we always say, the other people, the other contestants can also do mistakes. It's not all about one boulder. You have 4 to complete. Yeah. How is it so far from your perspective?
I think so far it's quite good actually. I really liked the round. It's a bit different than the one before, so there's a different show going on, even if the boulders don't look that different, but a few of the moves changed.
Yeah, yeah. We are also seeing now a local hero. That's Julian Schrittwisser on the men's side. He trains a lot in Blockhaus, and also on the female side we have the French athlete Louise Puig-Jacit. Yeah, are you doing any other competitions this year? Are we going to be seeing or hearing from you?
Yes, you are. Not sure if you're going to hear me on the live stream again, but I'm going to set a few more comps.
That was a really good close flash for Julian, which I think he was not ready for pulling from the pockets as hard. That's what Jakob was saying, that probably the athletes don't consider pockets coming and they don't warm up from it. And the Ukrainian athlete looking really good. Yeah, sorry.
The U19, they have seen that there's a pocket in there.
Yeah.
They were able to watch the younger ones. But I think they're not expecting that it is that bad.
And that was a top for Louise, sorry.
Really nice now.
She was 17th shoulders, and she's really good to see here in the final.
We turned the pockets just on the starting position, so it's not as good as it was before.
Okay.
So if they've talked, maybe they thought it's going to be way better, and they're surprised how bad it is right now.
Yeah, and within the first glance of the boulder number 4, and then we will come back to your appearance on other competitions. But yeah, this has been changed. Now it's not a double overhead press. What is it?
It is a kind of a fast stand-up and then a baby, not even a pedal, but you need to pull a bit on the first one. Yeah. And it's too bad to stop on it, but you actually need it to gain more height.
Okay. Wow. I think the Ukrainian athlete, Alexander, is looking really good, but we have seen a couple of athletes getting there and struggling to make the reach to the next hold in order to paddle to the very top.
Yeah.
Anything that we could glance at, any observation from your side? What do they need to do?
Push harder with the feet.
Push harder with the feet.
Because the right foothold is a bit lower than it was before, and the second to last hold is a bit further away.
All right.
Because there was someone who could cheat it, and the boys in this round are even taller.
They spanned it out, right?
Yeah, one of them spanned it out.
Oh, big. That was a big bluff down. I think he was deeply breathing. He needs to calm down, recompose himself. He knows he can do it probably. He's been there next to the top, but time kicking down pressures a lot. Yeah. And also the top has been changed on the men's slab, as we see here on our lovely split screen. Yeah, the top has been changed. It looks quite committing.
It is. It is committing. You really need to go for it. You're kind of leaning outwards a bit, and then you have to go.
Yeah, this time better for Alexander.
Let's see.
But not quite, like you said, not quite applying the right pressure that you need on this.
Let's maybe focus on Julia, because she was super close on her goal before. I think she was only missing a few centimeters.
Ooh, I think she's also one of the shorter climbers, so you need to be a bit more explosive with your legs, because you're only standing on your legs.
Everything on this boulder is leg power. Yeah. So you can generate from then a tiny bit of pulling.
I was really impressed on the U17. There was one girl, like pretty much everybody did it dynamically. There was one girl just slowly pistol squatting herself up.
It's insane what some of the athletes can do.
And unfortunately, no top for Julia on both third and fourth boulder. That's going to be for her. We see the men's as they stay for now. On first position, we saw Corinne, then followed by Sam Hammond and Lucas from Spain. And soon we're going to bring the female results as they stand. Of course, everything can change. There are more athletes coming. First position, we have Julia with 68.8. followed by Matilda from Italy, and from France, Louise Puig with 25 points. Yes, and following to the mats, we're going with the 8th climbers. This is a Boris Scholar from Austria and Neta Tsaik from Slovenia. Yeah, but going back to you, you told us we're going to be hearing or seeing you in more competitions this year.
Yes.
What are you going to be doing?
I'm gonna set for the European Youth Cup in Boulder in Norway. I think it's in 2 weeks actually. I know a few of the athletes are missing it out because it's for Central Europeans. It's quite far to travel. But yeah, I'm gonna be there. It's gonna be super nice. The location is amazing. It's just next to a fjord and you
Oh,
can
wow.
look onto sea.
That sounds perfect.
Super pretty.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna set in Innsbruck for the Bouldering World Cup.
Oh, nice. So you're going to be with Jakob together?
Yeah,
Nice. Awesome team. Dream team.
it is.
And let's see what Matthäus Katan can do and Katharina Bergman.
And there's someone pretty close.
Wow,
To the blue one
yeah,
for the man.
Hammond is looking good. I think that the problem that I was seeing with the third board on the men's side, it's powerful and it's very beta intensive. And Kat is looking really, really good. Going for the margin now from here is a big jump. Do you think, because I was discussing with Jakob, they are all opting for it, like stepping and doing a heel hook, marching the slope up, but it doesn't look like the best thing to make height.
No, I don't think the heel hook is a good idea. We put it in a blocker so the heel hook is even lower because on the U17 a few of the girls were pretty close to cheat it, but we made it a bit further.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if they realized it or not. And
Yeah.
they just keep going because they saw it before.
Okay, okay.
And it's messing up their like intuitive climbing.
Yeah. I mean, it's tricky, right? You have seen something, it feels kind of okay, you are so high up, and
But
yeah.
I think they need to generate more height, which is harder with the heel hook. It's
Yeah.
more stable maybe, but
That is actually one of the things I was seeing before
we are seeing a cheat again.
on the U17, which was the top. They were maybe getting to the hole, but they were so extended on the arm, and the shoulder blade was not engaged, and they couldn't compensate with finger power or finger strength to hold onto the wall, onto the pinch on the very last hold.
You really needed to be stable with and like pulling and pushing together both of the holds and not only focusing on the top hold.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Hammond looking really good here on the third boulder on the men's side. Opting for leaving the foothold. I think he needs to stand with the right foothold back and release the toe.
Because if you're standing like he is, you're underneath the big blue one and you won't get out of it.
Yeah, you have to kind of mantle this big blue thing.
But these blue holds are quite knowledge depending, I would say.
Okay.
There are a few spots they're better in to hold on.
Okay.
And also friction bending. So the setters who tested it said in the beginning was super hard for them to hold on. But once they realized how to hold the holds and how to move in between them, so also depending the body positioning, it was way easier.
Okay. Wow. But it was flying off the camera. And Katarina managed to get the zone, but didn't kind of get the top. Everything looks kind of possible, but maybe a little bit on the harder side. But I personally like when there's like a bit more, like, harder. And I think the athletes also enjoyed quite a lot. But yeah, let's see. I mean, so far, first boulder have been top, second boulder only on the women's side. Fourth boulder looked really cool and really close on the women's side. Men still a little bit more tops would be nice to watch. Let's see how they develops and how it goes
there are
on.
more athletes to come.
There are more athletes to come. We're having now from Romania, Minea Chivotaro, and from Israel, Cohen Tama on the female side. And Romania, really strong athletes. He was recently there, setting for the youth team, and pretty impressed.
Their team grew over the last few years
Yeah.
quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I used to compete in the youth level, there were not that many.
Yeah, it takes a little bit for like the facilities, right?
Yeah.
They require like the facilities, and once they have the facilities and the knowledge and then they can compete. They have really good and talented people. It's just yeah, if they don't have a facility to train which is adapted for the requirements of the modern style, then wow, you're missing out. If you don't have the holes, you're missing out,
If
right?
you don't have the holes, if you don't have the walls, and you don't have the ball in the setters.
That was a sorry to interrupt you. A really good flush from Tama on boulder number 1. A little bit cramped on this tension position on her neck, we could see, but nevertheless looking really, really good. And I think Julian is going to like this second boulder. I think that could be his style.
I think so too.
Yeah.
He already looked super close on his first go.
Yeah.
I think I just maybe took a bit too casual.
Yeah. And we were saying before, like, not 7 athletes from France and the finals. That's a surprise. Like, first year for me. I'm sorry, but like, normally I'm really used to like, okay, which French athlete is going to be on the podium? If not all of them. Last year was really impressive. But yeah, cool to see more nations catching up, like we were talking about.
Seeing a more diverse field,
Yes.
also country-wise.
And here,
There you can see how bad those locals are.
yeah,
There it-
it's also a little bit warmer maybe than the previous days where you were setting. Do you think that has something to do with it?
Could do something on the slopers.
Oh, nice! And that's the second top on boulder number 2 on the female side from the French athlete. I think that was Louis Pouex-Yassit. Sorry, my French pronunciation. I'm not at the best on French.
I'm the last one who's gonna judge.
Yeah, we saw the third ball on the women's side from Julia, looking also really possible. Their time much better from Julian. From now on, he just needs to get. Is he gonna go for it? Wow!
Okay, I mean,
I mean, if he did it, come on, match it, please. Oh
I
God!
think that's fair.
I mean, that was very impressive.
It was very
He
impressive.
let go
He
everything and
still
managed to
needed
get it.
to commit, hold the body tension and just.
That's gonna put him really high up there. Okay, he's on 4th position, but the only athlete apart from Sam Hammond with a top, which is really, really, I mean, a really good position to be in, I guess.
Just the Ukrainian guys.
So far. Nevertheless, more athletes to come. And
Wow.
the Hungarian athlete Esther
She had
foot
a foot
pop,
slip.
20 seconds. I don't think it's going to be enough, but and a first stop on boulder number 4 by the Italian athlete Liu.
And the handholds are not that much.
No.
No.
Okay.
Like the press is super far inside, so you can it stabilize you a bit, but it's not enough to push yourself further inwards.
And next rotation, I think those are the last athletes to come out. The number 10, they were qualified on 1st position, is from Team France, Luna Alvernet, and another French compatriot, Liliane Poniot. I think Liliane Poniot has been several times in finals, well-known and strong athlete, all-well-rounder, and he had a really good qualification round with 5 tops and 6 zones, and he was 4th in Sorry. I guess there's a really cool thing that you are also setting for this in order to kind of judge the level, but wow, that was an impressive flash. He looked really casual. And another top from the Slovenian athlete, Neza Caik.
Okay, now it starts.
I think, yeah.
Now we have to catch up. The French.
I think Neza was the overall winner 2 years ago on the BLOC summer, where there was also the European Youth Cup Championship, sorry. And yeah, well athlete. Wow, big swap.
Luna's looking strong on a slab.
Yeah.
You can see how high she's getting your foot.
Yeah, that's what you were talking
the
about.
Hip flexibility.
Yeah, and mobility, right?
Mobility.
Yeah,
Like
active
active.
mobility. Yeah. we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that took her not a lot of time. Yeah, so far really cool things. First 2 boulders, tops. 4th boulder on the women. Really close on the 3rd boulder for the women's side. We would like to see some men going on on the third and fourth boulder. Really good from Katarina Bergman this time. Looking strong. She likes scrims, so hopefully she's going to do well.
But now the sloper part comes. It's
Come on.
actually maybe yeah.
Looking really good and solid. Come on.
She's so tall.
Oh my god, that looks so close. I think she knows that she could be there. There are still 2 minutes. She can do it.
She can do it. She just needs to take a good rest and stay calm. But also the
British
British
athletes?
guy
Yeah,
on the
Hammond is
slopestyle.
looking. Yeah, it's a tricky section for the
it
last
is.
one. Hopefully we're going to be having one of the national athletes. There you are. Alina, thanks a lot for your time. We're going to let you go, and
Thank
hopefully
you.
we're going to hear
Enjoy
more
the
from
rest
you.
of the comp.
Thanks you too, and all the best. That was Alina Vojna, international route setter for the IFSC. And soon is going to be joining us the youth athlete from the U19 and the 19, Tobias Kriegel from Team Austria. Joining us onto the commentary room. And another top from Slovakia, that's Lia Slobodova. Hello Toby, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of tops happening at the moment, and we see the British athlete Hammond, who had a really good start on the round. Falling down.
Yeah,
But
I flashed the first bowler.
yeah, and that looks super strong, right?
It's really easy.
Yeah, he's sitting now in first position with 1 top and 4 zones. We also saw your colleague and compatriot Julian making the only top on boulder number 2.
Yeah, he solved it with a heel hook on the left, and
I mean, that was really cool. No,
yeah, it was
not
really
the
far, but
not the intended idea, but he made it work. He let go all the points apart from his heel hook, and he stuck it.
yeah, if you don't stick it,
It's a
probably
pretty
little
wild
bit
fall,
sketchy,
right?
but it's really cool.
Yeah, how was the qualification run for you?
Yeah, it was tough.
It was tough, yeah.
A few factors played together, so it wasn't meant to be. But yeah, what can you do?
Reset, next one will be. And
Yeah.
how far, so far, good finals?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a bit on the tougher side, maybe?
Yeah, but except for the third bowler and maybe the fourth,
Yeah.
all bowlers have been topped. So
Yes. And the women's side, Kati looked also really close. You also know Kati very well. You train with her.
yeah, I think she's really happy to be in finals, especially because the first couple of European Cups haven't gone exactly her way.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, looking good. And I heard you're going to be training tomorrow on these boulders.
Yeah, I'll try them before the route setters change them.
Yeah, I think some of them are going to be staying, but maybe some risky factors like in the fourth.
Yeah, like the M2.
Yeah, maybe it needs to be for security reasons changed. And Julian Rickon really good. Jakob said that they put a blocker for stopping them doing this solution. But he is managing to do it. I think Julian is a very creative player when it comes to finding solutions. He's very talented, and that looked the closest we've seen anybody from doing this first boulder.
That's true. He always finds solutions that nobody else thinks about.
Super intuitive and really good on slaps and coordination. He's been improving a lot on his power, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's true. He, especially in the last 2 years, he's been getting really a lot stronger.
Yeah, it's really cool to see many different nations and actually many Austrians.
Yeah, 3 male Austrians in finals.
Yeah. Really impressive. And also podium also for Adrian and the small
the
brother of
victory.
Matthias. Yeah, so yeah, really great. Unfortunately, Chris was 4th position, 0.2 split in him, but I think he didn't have the best round and yeah. Let's focus on the next round for the U19 finals. We have here from Hungary Esther, which is now she managed to top boulder number 2, I believe. Let's have a look. No, sorry, she managed to take boulder number 1 and she made a zone on boulder number 3. Yeah, and from Romania,
Also the zone.
they're all really looking stretched out and not quite reaching the hold in order to paddle back from it to the top.
Yeah, the route setter changed it to make it a bit further so that nobody could reach it.
Yeah,
But it may be a little bit too far.
yeah, and here we're having, sorry, that's Neboa Alexander on the slab. I mean, I find it really cool. We're having all these paddle diners, all these crazy things, and then you have a foot swap with the most basic technique, and it looks so hard
That's
and
true.
so tricky. Much more risky than any other movement that we have seen so far.
Yeah, the first move on boulder number 3 for the women also looks
Yeah.
really tricky.
Yeah, looking really good here, the French athlete. Making it on the upper high wall. And Julian a little bit gutted that he didn't get that. Because he's sitting now in 2nd position behind Hammond. And the slab is to come and he's the slab king.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately not enough also for the French athlete. I think it's going to be enough with 10 seconds. Yeah. Lilian Bonnier, not Louise Puech, which managed to get really high. Couldn't quite stick the top. We have seen already 3 athletes. That's Julia, Katarina, and Louise. Didn't quite get there. And those are the scores as they start for now. We have in 1st position Sam Hammond, followed by Julian Schmidtwisser and Alexander Neboa. And on the female side, the provisional positions are as it follows. We have Julia Benach with 68.8 from Spain, Mattia Lda Liu from Italy, and Louise Puech from France. And so far only ex aequos in 5th and 6th position, but like we said, there are more boulders to come and more rotations.
Yeah, and we've got 3 Austrians now on boulder 3 and 4.
Yeah, how is the team for you to train with the Austrian team? And what are the big difference maybe you see from all the other nations?
That's quite a difficult question to
Yeah.
ask, but I frequently train with Julia and also Kati, and I think we are very privileged to train in Graz, in Newton and Blockhouse, because the boulders are really well set, especially for this competition style.
Yeah. There's a lot of competition-orientated moves right on the
Yeah.
harder. Yeah, true. Yeah. Sorry, really hard question. And very embarrassing. But yeah, nobody has been able to get. I mean, Hammond looked really getting closer in the upper part of the slab, but so far no top. And
Yeah,
maybe you can tell us something about Matthäus, because his brother cruised the slab. Does he like slabs? Is more kind of the
Yeah, I
powerful?
think so. He's really good at slabs, but also strong on crimps. I think so. But the top move looks really hard and sketchy.
Maybe could suit him if he gets there.
Yeah, because it's also quite far and he's a tall climber.
Oh, he's been pulled off. I think he didn't quite make the starting position. You need to stable the start.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, you can be kind of like narrow tunnel vision where it comes to swinging and forget that you have to touch or tip the volume with your feet.
Morgan Scholar also just got the zone.
Yeah. The problem is they're not doing the toe hook that was intended for that part.
Yeah, but the toe hook is now also blocked.
A little bit blocked, yeah. The idea thing is to go to the pinch as you're staying onto the foothold and then release the toe hook.
Yeah, for the top move.
And also Netza looking really good. 3 female have been on the upper part. Not quite getting there. And Kati also needs something. She's now sitting on 10th position. She has 3 zones. A top would bring her already immediately onto 6th or 7th position, but I think it's a little bit far out for being on the podium due to that every single top athlete on the female side has got already 2 tops. Nevertheless, being on the final is already something very hard and really privileged and really, really good to achieve. So 70 women were joining us yesterday, and she was one of them, making to the finals. So good performance by the youth athlete. And let's see. That was the intended method and the best we have seen anybody on the men's side. And a top also for Luna. Perfect top. And Lilian Bonillon, who got really, really close in his previous attempt. Is he gonna do it? He also tried to stretch it out, but no heel hook there. And also no success attempt for Matthäus. And Kati looking really close, but also not quite getting there. Yeah. So far, any favorite boulder? Looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely the
second
boulder
boulder
from men's, yeah.
Are you more the jumpy guy?
Yeah. I really like jumps, any jumps.
How do you think is like compared to the last year, because you also took part on the European Youth Cup from this year?
I think
is the style still the same?
The style I think is a little bit more jumpy this year, but bowlers also in qualification were really well set in both rounds.
Diverse in the movements?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool.
And also in this year and last year there weren't too many crimps, which I really like.
That there are no crimps.
I mean,
yeah. And you are more the sloper guy, right?
Yeah, I really struggle with crimps.
Yeah, I also like more the sloper guy. Are we gonna see you in any other competitions this year? Are you? Yes, you.
Hopefully at Tsukuro, another European Youth Cup this year, but I don't know until now.
Yeah, there's not been selected yet.
No.
Okay, so yeah, so hopefully we're gonna see you.
Yeah, hopefully.
Further. Let's see, because now we have Louise Puech on the fourth boulder, and also you have Julian, which is a really good slab climber.
I think if anyone's gonna do it, it probably could be him.
And from Israel we have Tamar Cohen on the very upper wall. We have seen already a few athletes there, and that's looking good. The heel hook, it's allowing her to engage. And come on, first stop for her, and a big shot of success from Tamar Cohen from Israel.
Every move looks really controlled.
Yeah, super solid on every single move. Julian has to go now for a foot swap. Looks so sketchy. I never thought that a foot swap could be so sketchy.
But didn't anyone try to cross through? Like
I think they did, but they couldn't stand in the middle. They could go, but then they were having so much momentum they couldn't not stop.
Okay.
And now the foot swap, I think it's the better method. But yeah, I mean, we have seen many competitions, and now when I say many, where they block the foot hole, where they put it so sketchy. That's not even blocked, and they're struggling a lot to put one foot on top of the other and change and stay on the wall.
Probably is really bad.
Yeah. Yeah. What about for you? What? How long do you try a method, and how does it stop feeling good and you change?
Well, in general, I would try method once or twice, and then I would either stick to it if it feels really close, or just change it when I can't do it. But that's also quite hard sometimes, because if it feels close, another method still could be better.
Oh,
but you don't want to change.
That was the intended method that Jakob was talking about from the Romanian athlete from Minea Ciabotaru, which was the kind of like kicking with the uncling and then jumping with both hands.
Yeah, it looked really close.
That looked like a really, really good movement too. Something maybe for you for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely gonna try.
And Julian looks a little bit annoyed. Didn't quite get the result maybe he wanted, but still I think he's sitting on second position. He probably doesn't know that, but that's enough. 1 top and 4 zones. That's where we are at the moment. that's how hard the whole round is.
And he's pretty much secured a podium place, not for certain, but only Lilian Bonio and Minia, the Romanian athlete.
Ciobotaro. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot to go, but yeah, he doesn't know probably, but he is on a very good position. Yeah, let's see. Next competitors, Luna Alvene and Lilian Boniat on the third boulder. So far, no top at all. Many athletes got to the top. Nobody managed to do it. Yeah, like Alina was saying, kind of a tricky hold, set of holds where you have to know where's the best. Yeah. Do you know the holds? The big
On the fourth bowler?
Squadra blue.
Yeah, I think sometimes they're also at Blockhouse.
Yeah, they were for sure 2 months ago. And they used them for the block summer. But yeah, let's see. Now we have Moritz Scholar.
He's also really strong on slabs.
And that's really, really good from Lilian. We had the French team shouting for him. Going for a toe cam. Yeah, that's what we want. It is to match it, go to the pinch. Match the toe hook and go right. Unfortunately, again, no toe. I think it's kind of hard to read what the right thing to do is.
Yeah, but he also did the intended beta for the start move.
For the start move, he did the intended beta, and it actually looked quite casual.
Yeah.
It didn't look like so crazy.
Yeah, but he's just...
Ooh, and Luna, she's getting high up there. We have seen a really good method from Tamar, but she doesn't know how to do it. Is the question, did they read it together? And nah. I mean, 2 minutes is still a lot of time to go, and she can do it.
That's a really close try.
Yeah. And Nita also not looking that bad on the fourth slabby boulder. If you're tuning in, we're in Blockhouse. This is the European Youth Cup here in Graz. And we have here on the mats Moritz Goller and Nea Ceak from Slovenia. My name is David Franson, and I'm joined by the talented athlete Tobias Kriegel from Austria, from Voitsberg. Yeah, it's Mother's Day. Would you like to maybe send some message?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to my mother for always supporting me. I don't know if she watches right now.
Yeah, I mean, how important is the parent support when it comes to all this? I mean, climbing is a small sport. There's not a lot of
Yeah, I think it's not really possible without your parents, because especially when you're younger, you always need to get to the climbing gyms, especially when you're not living in the city.
Yes. Wow, I was seeing a break. That didn't look too bad. I mean,
but I think it's really difficult to get the foot up.
Yeah, I mean, he was almost getting. There was a whole, probably a hand height missing. But yeah, let's see. And Lilian looks really strong. Hopefully he's going to be able to get there again. The temperatures have been really, really good for climbing, right? I mean,
that's true. 1 week ago it was like 30 degrees here, and now 20 is really nice.
And no top for Lilian Boniat, and no top for the third boulder. We saw some athletes getting close. He was for sure the closest we have seen anybody getting there, but unfortunately not enough. The route setters thought maybe 2 tops, maybe no top. They already went with the risk, high risk, sometimes high reward, sometimes no reward, and today unfortunately was no reward. But yeah, let's see. And we're gonna have the second to last rotation. Jumping to the fourth boulder, we're gonna be seeing from Israel Tama Cohen, which managed to top boulder number 3, and on the females, on the men's side, from Romania, Minea Ciobotaro. And right now we have Tama sitting on first position on the female side, and on the male side, Minea is sitting on 10th position, so a top would already jump him onto, I believe, yeah, 5th position, no, 4th position, because Nebo Alexander is the best with 4th position without a top, and he's sitting on 4th position. Exactly.
Yeah, and if Tamara Cohen gets the zone in 2 or 3 tries, she has secured the win.
Wow. Thanks for the maths. That's an important fact. So she just needs to secure the zone on the second try, and then I believe as soon as she moves a little bit, yeah, that's the podium. That's the gold medal for her. Secured. That's the best anybody can do. 3 tops and 4 zones for Tamara Cohen with 84.7 points.
So far.
And hopefully a top. Looking really, really good on her first try, and she has enough time to repeat it. And if you're going to be in blockhouse around next weeks, we're going to have some of these boulders, of course, some of the risky moves that are maybe a little bit more dangerous, going to be have it changed and adapted for public to not injure themselves, because these athletes are very talented and they know how to fall, they know how to swing on the air, but the core elements of the boulders are going to be still here. And yeah, if you want to try some of the boulders, come, they're going to be here. And Minea looking pretty good, but unfortunately no foot change. I don't know, do you know if they made the foothold a little bit worse? Because
I'm not sure. I think the screw on the top, the zone,
yes,
was a little bit more to the right.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that
Yeah,
changes things.
Yeah, it does. It brings you off balance every time you're swapping your feet, because otherwise you have like a triangle, your hands in the middle and you both feet on the sides, and the more you go to the right, the more you get the open bando and more rotation.
And now it's just a straight line.
Yeah, it's a straight line, exactly. And there we see from Israel, Tamar, she was really close, and she really needs a lot of explosivity from the feet.
It looks also quite far.
Yes, it's hard if you're not engaging on the first like banana looking hold, then you're not really making the height.
He looks.
He's doing it well. It looks good, but he's not kind of like not getting the sole into the onto the foothold. He's kind of like slipping around, not kind of like meeting the point where he has to. Yeah, tricky foot top.
I think the foothold is just a little bit under the edge.
Yes.
So it's kind of blocked, but by the
dual
volume.
texture of by the no texture part of the volume, yeah. And also you have a massive foot covering, so it's like a little bit of a blind swap. And unfortunately no tops for these 2 athletes, which got really close. And the last retention is going to be coming with both French athletes, Liliane Bonillon and Luna Alvenet, both from France, which qualified with 5 tops and 6 zones. An awesome performance. And let's see if we get another top. And he is now sitting on 3rd position, so he needs a zone, I believe, but the question is how.
Yeah, if he gets the zone in the first or second attempt, he's gonna win. And otherwise second place, and if he takes a few more tries third.
I think he needs at least 7 tries to get a zone if he doesn't like for jumping down, but he's already got it. So I believe that's the second place, first place for him, jumping with 54.9. Ooh, that looked really promising.
Yeah, that was by far the closest.
That's the French renowned slap skills.
Yeah.
And you have been recently to France, I believe.
Yeah, I've been to Fontainebleau during
Easter?
holiday, during
Okay.
Easter holiday. Yeah, but I've mostly just been climbing outdoors.
Well, but outdoor bouldering Fontainebleau is pretty much like indoor slab modern climbing, right?
It's true, you really get humbled quite often, especially on the
5B
slabs.
slap on the face. Let's see. Come on, Lilian. I mean, he already is in first position. He doesn't know, but of course we want to see the top. That would be great, and I think for the route setters would be a bit thankful, and they would be grateful for that. And
Yeah, also for him,
for the
it would be
spectators,
nice.
yeah. And Luna, it looks kind of a weird position where you kind of like want to go from very low to very high, but the wall is not as straight. It's a bit slightly overhanging, so you're falling out every single time you try to let go. Yeah, let's see. 1 minute 50, and the last rotation for this European Youth Cup here in Graz in BLOC house. And good perspective from some of the watchers and the route setters, some of the testers from the very upper part. Ooh, I mean, he's getting closer and closer. It's just the question, how much pain can you keep in your toes? He's changing shoes. Do you also take 2 shoes, 2 pair of shoes outside?
Not really, no. I just mostly climb with unparalleled flagship,
Mm-hmm.
and I think for most styles it's
It
really
does the
nice.
job.
Yeah, especially indoors.
Yeah, we've seen many very professional athletes wearing them like tomorrow, and yeah.
Yeah, but for such small footholds, probably harder shoe
hard
is
silver.
better.
Yeah, I mean, you lose a little bit of this feeling, sensitivity with a hard shoe, but you probably can stand better on a really bad foothold.
Yeah, you
because
just don't need the strength.
you
to
get more
stand there.
support into your calves and to your foot plant. Yeah, and let's see, because Luna is again. That looked better. She has 30 seconds. She's gonna jump and run for another try. And oh, that looked so close. I think one more try we're gonna see from Lilian. And Luna, I think she's had enough.
Yeah, she's in 3rd place, so
Still really good. Eight seconds. The problem for him, he was always really changing the feet, but the hand was popping.
yeah, that's true. You wouldn't expect that.
And all the other people were like changing, not so well the feet, but like the hand was staying. So yeah, quite complex. It is like it is. Thanks a lot for your time and for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
It's been fun.
and I hope the best for you. Hopefully we're gonna see you further on further European Youth Cups this year, and have fun tomorrow with the boulders.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to you. That was Tobias Kriegel, the youth national athlete from Austria, giving us some of the insights and some of the best comments that we could have. And those are the scores as it stands. We have from Israel, Tama Cohen on first position with 84.7 points, followed by Neta Tsaik from Slovenia with 69.6. Further down, we have Luna Avenet from Team France with 69.4. On fourth position, Luis Puech with 69.3. Fifth position for the Spanish athlete Julia Benash-Tubero with 68.8. Further down, we have Matilda Leo from Italy with 59.5. Lea Slobodova from the Slovakia with 54.4. Then we have on the eighth position Esther from Hungary with 43.2. Then Katarina Bergman from Austria with 38.9, and last but not least, Fia McDougall from Team Great Britain with 29.7. And on the men's side, we have on the first position Lilian Boniot from Team France with 54.9, with 1 top and 4 zones, followed by Sam Hammond from Team Great Britain with 54.8. Sorry. followed by Julian Schrittwisser from Austria from 54.3. Further down from Team Ukraine, Nebo Alexander with 39.6, followed by Spanish athlete Lucas Perez with 39.5. Corinne Masha from Team Israel with 39.3, followed by the Austrian Moritz Goller with 29.6, and also with 29.6 Mateusz Katan from Team Austria. And the last two athletes from Romania, Minea Țibutaru with 19.9, sorry, and the Spanish athlete Andres Vila with 98.8. And those are the final scores. Nothing's going to be changing, and we are going to soon have an interview with our U17 winners. Nonetheless, with Adrian Keithan and Lou Auclair from Team France. Also, a big regard to our fellow companion Santiago Lenateri, which could not join us due to some injury, illness. He's normally commentating down on the mats and he could not attend, so all the best for him. We had the CEO, Stefan Scherner, commentating on the mats, and he's going to be providing us the little interviews. Yeah, my name is David Patterson, and I would like to thank personally to David Chickenbruber, Laura Bunchu, and Tom Excel for the awesome camera teamwork that they have done and providing the live stream. Also, we have had the jury president, Dave Switzens from Belgium, and the IFSC judge, Alice Gianelli, the chief Ruzzetti, Alexander Romanovsky, as well as Anna Dularitze from Georgia, Paul Steinwender from Austria, Alina Wojna from Austria, Maximilian Lenz, and Jakob Grasthofer also from Austria. We're going to be going for the interviews and later on for the flower ceremony, so please stay tuned in and don't leave. And if you want to try some of these boulders, they're going to be next week here on the walls with some minor adaptations if they are concerned about security reasons or injury reasons, but yeah. That was everything. Please stay here, and soon we will be providing you the interviews with both winners of the U17 and later on the U19.
All right, so it's a great pleasure to have Lou Auclair here from France. congratulations to your victory in U17 female category. I think it's your first European Youth Cup victory, I guess. So what does this victory mean to you?
I'm very happy. It's amazing. I don't know.
All right, it's amazing, of course, to win a competition. Always amazing, I guess, yeah. So you made it after 9th position into finals. How did you like the qualification round?
It was very stressful. I was shaking and there is lots of coordination. But it's amazing that I can be in final.
Yeah, I think you did a really great performance also in finals. It was really nice to watch you climbing. Like France is a really strong nation in climbing. So next week there's the Youth Championships in Kurno. Will you be there also?
Yes.
So what is your goal for Kurno?
It will be great that can be in final, but I don't know.
And maybe take another medal back home, huh?
Maybe.
We wish you all the best. It was really nice to have you here. We wish you good luck for Kurno next week. So thanks a lot. And we also like to welcome Adrian Katan, the Austrian guy. Congrats, Adrian. It's your first ever podium in European Youth Cup and then the victory. So what does it mean to you?
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. During the round I was like not expecting it because I thought many people topped the first boulder. So I was like, maybe like 4th or 5th place. But then I got out and my friend told me, oh, you maybe win. And I was like, yippee!
I can imagine. I mean, actually, you crushed the coordination problem in the slab in the end. So what is your favorite style of bouldering?
I think definitely coordination, because slabs is always like just weird and I don't really like slabs usually. Some are really cool, but...
This time it worked out for you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what does this victory mean for your future? Like, will you be in Kurno next week?
Yeah, I will be there, and also in Helsinki.
Yeah, so great goals for this year. There's a European Championships and the World Championships. So maybe we'll see you taking another medal at some of these events.
Hopefully, yeah.
We wish you all the best. Thanks for being here. Thanks and congrats again for your victory. And so we give it back to Dave Patterson, our commentator for the live stream.
Are we going to have the U19?
Thanks.
And that was Stefan Czerner, the CEO from Blockhouse and organizer from this event. And the two winners from the Youth 17 category. First we had Lou Leclerc from Team France and also Adrian Katan. And shortly, we're going to try to get the Youth 19 athletes which won the competition. That's Lilian Boniol from Team France and Tamar Cohen from Team Israel. And like we are seeing, soon we're going to be proceeding to the flower ceremony, to the award ceremony. There we see many athletes going again for the boulders. They couldn't do trying lots of different things. Some of the route setters also walking there, Maximilian Lenz, and some of the trainers. Yeah, a whole weekend full of sport here in Graz. We're going to be following to Cunha in Italy next week. That's where the competitions are going, flying through Europe. And like I said, we're going to have soon the interviews, and following is going to be the award ceremony. And the interviews are going to start with Tama Cohen from Team Israel, the winner from the U19, and Liliane Boniot from Team France. And we are going to proceed now with the interviews from both Liliane Boniot and Tama Cohen, preceded by Stefan Schenner, CEO from Blockhouse and organizer of the event.
All right, and again, it's a great pleasure for me to have Tamar Cohen here from Israel. Congratulations, first of all, to your victory. I think it was your first ever victory and your first podium. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. After finishing 2 times fourth in Graz, finally being on the podium, really excited for that, and also really happy with my climbing.
Right, nice. Yeah, it was really nice to watch you in the finals also. I mean, and so finally find relief for the venue in Graz here and taking the victory. Will you be in Kurno as well next week?
Yes.
What's your goal for the championships?
I hope to podium, of course. Also hope to climb my best and like feel free on the wall, real good. So I think that's the main goal right now.
Cool. Yeah, it's clear, of course. And how do you like the competition at all? Like the boulders, the style of boulders?
It's not the style I was expecting, but I had a lot of fun on the boulders. They were really good route setting, so very happy.
All right, thanks a lot, and congratulations again for your victory. We'll see you in a minute for the awarding ceremony.
Thank you.
And also we have here the men's winner from France, Lilian. Lilian, yeah, how many did you ever win the European Youth Cup?
Yes, I win today, and boulders are really fun, very hard. I was a little bit anxious, but it's okay. I did with that and little mistakes, but it's good. I did a good round and I'm happy. I'm glad.
That's cool. I think you did. It was really nice to watch you. How did you like the style of the boulders? It was quite big moves, and the change between big moves and being calm and was quite.
The general styles are physical, and I like that. Tall moves, but in the slab you are a little bit on the box, and it's difficult to go out of that. But the general style of physical boulders, and I like that.
Cool. Yeah, I think you said little mistakes. I think in bouldering that's the game, huh? To not to make mistakes, but you obviously did a good job today. So what is your goals for the future?
The senior team and World Cup, for sure.
Of course, for sure. Yeah, France is a really strong nation, I guess. Yeah. Will you be in Kurno next week as well?
Yes, I will be in Kurno, and we be the best. I just fourth, and it's okay. We go to Kurno.
Cool. Yeah. We wish you the best for the European Championships, and hopefully you get a medal there as well. So all the best for the future, and hopefully see you next time.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, and so we give it back to Dave Patterson and wait for the final results that we can start with the awarding ceremony.
And that was the interview from Stefan Jenner. Thanks a lot, Stefan. Yeah, awesome words from these winners, very strong athletes. We're all really happy with how the competition took part. And slowly but surely we're going to have the award ceremony. I think no change is going to be made anymore. It's going to be clear scores, no appeals. And very soon we'll start with the U17, and then we will follow with the U19 award ceremony.
And then we can start with the awarding ceremony as soon as possible.
And we're going to have in between a little break for the sponsors of this company, this competition.
the jury president. Results will be published right now on the WhatsApp group, and we will start with this awarding ceremony. And we start with the U17 women category. First of all, big applause to all of you athletes competing yesterday. Give a big applause to yourself. Come on. I think we had a great day. And now, make some noise for Italy on third position, Carolina Gradaschi. We have Ernst Ferber from Austria Climbing Federation handing over the medals, and our jury president handing over the prizes. In second position, from Croatia, Mara Matutinovic. Big applause. And the Grand Nation took it all in U17. Make some noise for France, Lou Auclair. Now it's time for the goosebumps. Please stand for the national anthem of France. Big applause for Lou. That's big emotions for the first victory. Thanks to the ladies. We clear the stage now for the boys. Thanks, big applause again. In U17 male category. Make some noise for Switzerland. Max Jakob on third position. In second position, from France, Yvan Lemonnier. Big applause. And it's, of course, I'm sorry for that, but it's always a big pleasure that we take a medal also for the home country of this event. Make some noise for Adrian Katan, first position from Austria. Now, please stand for the national anthem of Austria. Big applause for the three podium athletes. Also the first ever victory for Adrian Katan. What a nice podium. All right. We go on to U19 women's category. Make some noise for Luna Alverne from France. In second position, from Slovenia, Neza Sajic. Big applause. And with an outstanding performance in the finals, we make some noise now for Israel, from Tamar Cohen. So, please stand now for the national anthem of Israel. Big applause for the U19 women's podium. Also the first victory for Tamar. All right, so we head on with the boys. In third position from Austria, Julian Schrittweser. Now make some noise for Great Britain's Sam Hammond. And again, we raise our voices for France, for Lilian Bonnot. And because it's so beautiful, again stand for the national anthem of France. Big applause for U19 men's podium. All right. This was it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for attending this European Youth Cup. We wish you all the best for next week's European Championships in Kurno. Have a safe trip home. Enjoy the afternoon in Graz. And I hope we see you all next year for the European Youth Cup here in Graz.
And that was everything for today. Thanks a lot to everybody who helped and made this possible, to all the athletes, all the organizers, all the workers. We'll see you next year for the 2026 IFSC European Youth Cup here in Graz in Blockhouse. My name is David Presson. Thanks a lot and see you in the next one.